Test. This is an official test.
It works? All right, do you want me to go ahead and do it? Yep. Are we live?
Yes. Go.
Good morning, Florida, to beautiful Eckerd College in St. Pete, Florida, zip code 33711 for today's FCC Rugby 7's tournament. First game, unfortunately, was cut a little bit short on the broadcast due to tech issues. For those wondering, Eckerd lost to last year's state champion, South Florida, 12-0. The game now will see the UCF Knights against the 2021 champions, the University of Florida Gators. The serve blows the whistle, and here we go. Ball does not travel 10, and we are going to see UF ball right away. Quick tap taken by the Gators, who send it right away into Knight territory, but they are going to knock it on. Delayed penalty against the Gators, and we are going to see the first scrum of the game in favor of the Knights. Scrums and 7's, of course, 3 men instead of 8 like in Union. So we're going to see the only 3 forwards on both teams battle it out really quickly. Last game, a bunch of scrumming. We'll see if this game is the same or not. Florida quick push, but the Knights will win the first scrum of the game. Knocked on by the Knights. Florida trying to get it up the other side, and touch just says he stayed in bounds. Gators looking to pass. Potential hole there that was not taken. The man with the ball trying to find a way to dump it, but unable to do so. Big thing about 7's, a lot of people think that it's all about just getting rid of the ball. Florida taking advantage of the hole. Quick pass, and the Gators will score the first try of the game. Or will it be a try? Late whistle, and yes, it will be a try. Try awarded to Florida, and the Gators will now try for the 2-point drop kick conversion attempt. Interesting rule. The person taking the conversion kick has 30 seconds to take it. He took it there, and it looked like it went through. 7-0 Gators. The Gators, will kick it back. Winner of the tournament, of course, will be crowned state champions and will move on to nationals later in the year. Later in the rugby year, that is. Gators kicking off to the Knights. That definitely goes way past 10, and it will also roll in touch. And we are going to see the first line out of the day for any team. And it will be for the Knights. Knights backing up to come forward, and they will knock it to their area, and knock on potentially called kicked by the Knights, who are looking to take advantage, and Florida will take cover and will be in Knight territory. Gators looking to use some speed, but unable to do so. Attempted pop pass, but it's going to be called for a knock on, and a scrum will be awarded to the Knights. Like I was saying before, big stigma against going into the ruck in 7's, but it's not a bad idea to do so just to get your backs settled and be able to exploit a potential hole in the defense. Second scrum of the game. First one went to UCF. 7-0 the score against Florida. Crouch bind set, ball goes in, and UCF wins their second scrum of the day. Quick switch and a kick. And it looks like Florida will reach the ball before the Knights can. A lot of the match so far has been played in UCF territory. And Florida throwing it to the wing. And they're going to kick it as well. Can they get there for the try? The Florida player running for the ball, and he's going to dive on it. Was he in the try zone? No, and it's going to be a jackal for the Knights. UCF trying to get it out of the try zone. Trying to use a change of speed in order to get past the defenders. Quick pass, stays in bounds. Knights really close to in touch, but they're going to keep it in. Knights in Gator territory, passing it, and he will be taken down and into the ruck. And the Gators through the gate, and they will take the ball. And UF just taking advantage of the ball, of either coming through the gate or the ball was already out, and they will score the second try of the day. It is 12-0 in favor of Florida. Gators looking to make it 14-0 as we potentially enter the half, and the Surrey is telling UCF to get away. Ball is through. It is 14-0 in favor of Florida. Gators getting ready to kick it back off to the Knights, who are now down by 2 possessions. And we're going to hear a whistle in favor of UCF. Quick tap by the Knights on their midway point into Gator territory. Trying to exploit a hole, but unable to do so. He's tackled and jackled. No, they're going to say that the player on Florida dove, and now the Knights will get the penalty and will try to score the first points of the game for them. UCF player looking for a way to dump it off, but unable to, and he is tackled. Ball goes backward, but we're going to hear a penalty against Florida. And it will be UCF ball just outside the 22. UCF looking for another quick tap. Nine's going to keep it, late pass. Not caught, but the Knights will retain it. And it looked like, no, they're going to say, the Surrey's going to say that the man did not go around, instead went through the gate, and it will be Florida ball. Florida quick kick. Who's going to get to it first? And another kick. And it looks like we have a Gator on the outside running to get it. Another kick. 3 kicks in a row, and he's going to dive on it. And he's going to tap it backwards. Can't do that, and it will be Knights ball. The Gators almost taking advantage of the kicking rules here in 7's, but he just didn't have any support with him. Tried to take advantage of something, but unable to do so. The Knights will have the ball inside of, no, the Gators will have it. No, the Knights will have it. They just didn't give him the ball. Knights backed up close to their own try line. Quick tap. and sending it down the line. Gators quick to get there, possibly looking to make UCF commit a penalty and get their third try of the day, but for now the Knights maintain the ball, 14-0 the score. Knights potential hole on the outside, cutting back inside where they will secure it with the ruck. Huge pass to the other side, possibly looking to exploit a hole, unable to do so. He's quickly tackled. Florida, good defense so far to hold the Knights down. And almost intercepted, but they're going to call it a knock on. He didn't hold it, and that will be halftime. The score 14-0 in favor of the Knights. We'll be back in 2 minutes. As we come out of halftime, 7 more minutes of rugby to be played, 14-0 the score in favor of the Florida Gators, the 2021 champions. I remember that championship very well. The Gators took on Florida Atlantic, who plays next. The game went to overtime, where Florida scored in sudden death, and the Gators recover this one and look to add on to their impressive 14-0 lead so far. So far, the losing team has yet to score in today's affair. Eckerd did not score at all in the last game against South Florida. Kick by Florida was no good. They didn't retain possession, and the Knights will take it. Quick pop from the ground. And that will most likely be a yellow card, and it will be for knocking the ball forward. Florida will now play down a man for 2 minutes. And the Knights could take advantage of this to get themselves back in the game. Pass is just too far in front, and we're going to see the second line out of the day. First one went to the Knights. This one goes to the Gators, or it's awarded to the Gators, but we will see who wins it. Gators still down a man after the knock forward on defense. Line out goes uncontested. The Gators win it. The man is just going to stand there with the ball. He's just going to lob it, but it's forward. Knights will take it. 1, 2, 3. Gators still down a man. We're waiting for 2 minutes. And it will be a scrum in favor of UCF. Gators so far have been playing really good lights out defense. We'll see if they can continue to do so, maybe even get the first steal of the game. UCF will take it, no steal there. Big kick puts the ball into Gator territory, but the Gators looking to run back and grab it. They will. Potentially kicking it back will not. Instead, the Gator will take it across and will knock down the halfway flag as he goes out of bounds. Knights ball, Knights line out. Knights win it and will get into UF territory, which they have had trouble doing today. Knights looking with momentum, stomping on the door, but it gets out of possession, and the Knights will instead cough it up to the Gators. Gator quick pooch kick, will recover it, and nobody in front of the Gators, who look to make it 19-0. And they will most likely do so. All they have to do is tap it down between the posts. Walks it under, waiting for the UCF defender, and they do. Gators with their third try of the game. 19-0 the score, potentially 21-0 depending on the conversion kick. Kick is up. And it appeared to be good. No signal from the touch judges. Estimated score 21-0 in favor of Florida, who will now kick it back to UCF. Gators appear to still be down a man, and we're gonna have time. Nope, and here we go. Penalty is over. Yellow card has ended for the Gators, who scored down a man. And now they are evenly matched. Ball goes 10, caught by UCF's number 1, who tries to pitch it, doesn't get it. And the Knights will keep it in bounds, but it won't do much. Knights with some great throws off the ground. All the passes, we're gonna hear a whistle. It looked like all the passes were backward. That one may have been forward. Nope, it's gonna be called a knock-on against UCF. We're gonna see a scrum down to the Gators. The Sir letting a Gator know that his knee was on the ground. The Gators will win it anyway, and we'll take it into the ruck. At this point, if you're Florida, I'm just looking to wind down the clock. You have the game pretty much in the bag, and they're gonna cough it up, but it goes backwards. Big tackle by the Knights, but the Gators will get there, and the scrummy will run with it. Great thing about 7's, though, is that pretty much anybody could be the scrum half. Oh, and will the Gators get, nope, forward pass. It looked like it would have been a great opportunity to get the 4th try of the game, but it unfortunately went forward. Sir checking his watch, looking for the end of the game. Next game will feature two rivals, FIU and FAU. For now, though, another scrum, this time in favor of UCF. Quick throw in, Knights get it, but the scrummy is tackled right away. Looking for an offload is the UCF player, but unable to do so. He throws it, and it'll be a knock-on called against UCF. And that is the game. The final score estimated to be 21-0 in favor of the Gators. So far, the losing team has yet to score in the tournament. Next game up, once again, FIU versus FAU coming up. Pool A will feature a big rivalry game as Florida International takes on Florida Atlantic. Third game of the day for Florida College Rugby 7's tournament. This is a Pool A matchup. Florida International will be the first ones to kick it off to Florida Atlantic. So far, of the four teams that have played, only two have scored. 19-0 UF over Eckerd, 21-0 Florida over UCF. Kick goes 10. Florida Atlantic will take the ball. What I love about these two teams is that they're known for one specific thing. Florida Atlantic, a very scrappy opponent, while Florida International, a very kick-heavy opponent. Florida International already putting a lot of pressure, though, on the Owls. Looking to get a jackal, unable to do so. Florida Atlantic gets a breakaway, one man to beat. and he'll be dragged down Florida Atlantic just outside the 22. And it looks like Florida International has jackled it. Florida International with the ball, but just behind. Florida Atlantic will take it back. Big turnover day today for all the teams. Field kind of slippery. Some morning rain potentially having something to do with it. And we are going to see a delayed penalty, and it will be a knock-on. No, it will be forward pass, excuse me, against Florida Atlantic. First scrum of the game for both teams. The Panthers will be the ones awarded the scrum. However, it can go either way. Eight teams competing today, two different groups or pools as they call it. Pool A, FAU, FIU, of course, who won the scrum, along with them Eckerd and USF. Florida International making their way to FAU territory. The player tripped up, and they're going to try to send it down the line, but it goes backwards. Florida International 2-on-1 formed, and the Florida International player running over the Owl. Florida International inside the 22. Florida International will score the first points of the game. And he didn't quite get into the try zone, not across the try line, put it down. But then he did put it down. 5-0 Florida International. I believe the field will play a big part in today's game. The north field, the north side of the field, excuse me, your typical rugby layout with the posts on the try line, a little bit slanted forward. Kick is no good. 5-0 the score in favor of Florida International. South field, the posts are in the middle of the try zone, not the back, not the front, but in the middle. And any kicks on the south side will just sail right into a construction site. So we're going to need another ball every time that a kick goes over there. Florida International getting ready to kick it back to the Owls. Kick leaning on 10, and it will go 10. Florida International tried to contest it, but didn't get it. The Owls fall on it, but we will hear a whistle. Knock on against Florida International, most likely on the attempt to contest for the kicked ball. Will be a scrum in favor of the Owls, their first scrum of the day. I apologize if you hear a lot of noise. We have a generator running behind us to bring you this live broadcast of Florida Collegiate Rugby. Quick scrum, and it goes out the side. Florida International ball. Sir having to duck in order to get away from the pass. The Florida International player passes to nobody. Florida Atlantic trying to land on the ball. We're going to hear a whistle from the Sir. And judging from everyone's movement, it looks like the third scrum of the day. A lot of scrumming for today's game. In this scrum located inside the 22 of Florida Atlantic territory. Florida Atlantic scrummy with the ball. Crouch bind set. Quick push. Ball goes out the side again. Florida Atlantic will pick it up. The scrummy will have it. Looking to dump it off, but unable to do so. Florida Atlantic with a good set ruck and a beautiful secure by the Florida Atlantic player on the ruck. Florida Atlantic, good passes so far, looking to become the first team today that was down to score. Florida Atlantic with a big gap, and Florida Atlantic looking to tie it, and they will. It is 5-all from Eckerd, 5-5 in favor of both teams. Florida Atlantic could take the lead if they successfully make the conversion. First game today where both teams scored. The first two games were shutouts. Here comes the drop kick. It's up and good. And Florida Atlantic takes a 7-5 lead here in the first half. The sir just said 10 seconds. It is a law in sevens where you have to get the kickoff off within 30 seconds after the conversion kick. The kick does not go 10. It'll be Florida International ball. Great position to strike back at Florida Atlantic for taking the lead. Quick tap, Florida International. Looking to do some trickery here. Maybe take advantage of some defense, and they almost did. Passing will be the key to winning this game for either team. And honestly, no matter what placement both teams get, it's major bragging rights considering the rivalry. And we're going to hear two whistles, and that should be halftime. And it will be. 7-5 the score in favor of Florida Atlantic over Florida International. We'll be right back. Seven to 5 the score. Florida Atlantic over Florida International. The Owls will kick it off to the Panthers to start the second half. 7 minutes can decide bragging rights between these two rivals. Kick is up way more than 10 yards, and it goes backward. Florida Atlantic looking to contest it. It's Florida Atlantic ball, and they will score. Florida International did not get to the ball on the kickoff. Florida Atlantic got down there very quickly, contested for the ball, which was on the ground, and they got to a 12-5 for now. I do not want to discount Florida International of their try. Kick is up, no good. 12-5 will remain the score right here at the beginning of the second half. 12-5 in favor of the Owls. great thing Florida Atlantic did, putting pressure on the Panthers on the kickoff. Can they do it again? Ball goes 10. Nope. Florida International will get the ball right away, but it was also a tackle very quickly by Florida Atlantic. Like I said, very scrappy team. The Owls looking to respond. One to beat. Going on the outside, passes it to nobody, and the ball goes out of bounds. First line out of the game. I believe first line out of the game. And it will be Florida Atlantic ball. Ball thrown, but Florida International will steal it away from Florida Atlantic. The first time that's happened on a line out today. Ooh, big hit. And it will be a delayed penalty. And then a penalty called for smacking the ball from the ruck. Florida Atlantic running over a man, but he'll hold on. Florida Atlantic just getting the ball into Florida International territory. Goes back into Florida Atlantic territory. A lot of action here on the midway line. Florida International looking to jackal. We're going to hear a whistle and a stoppage of play. Penalty called against Florida International. Florida Atlantic ball. 12-5 the score here in the second half. Quick tap by Florida Atlantic, looking to get it past midway, and Florida Atlantic exploiting a hole, but just tackled. Quick pop pass, and we will see a ruck. Florida Atlantic, ruck collapsed. No help for the Owl player, and a quick and easy jackal for the Panthers. You have to be there, regardless of the variation of the game. You have to be there on the ruck. Florida International taking it back to Owl territory. However, bad pass, unsupported, and the Owls will take over once again. A lot of turnovers in this game between both teams, and the ball will be knocked on by Florida Atlantic. It will be a scrum for the Owls. Florida International down by 7. We're gonna hear a quick stoppage of play. A couple subs come in for Florida International. Panthers down by 7, looking to respond here in the second half. Time back on, crouch bind set by the Sir. And very quick scrum by Florida International, who take it into opposing territory. Florida International, a couple of quick passes, long throw to the other side of the field is successful. Florida International, one man to beat, and just tackled to save a try, and Florida International attempted to pop pass it, but instead it ended up in the arms of a Florida Atlantic player who now gets through a hole, but unable to get anywhere. You're tackled by the Sir, which means that the player has to go down. Florida International trying to take the ball, and they're going to call a penalty against Florida Atlantic. A lot of changes in possession here this game. Throw over the other side, a little too tall, but it goes backward. Florida International keeps it. Florida Atlantic, however, meeting the players right away. Florida International with just some wild throws, and it may cost him here. As Florida Atlantic takes the ball, they're going to run it up. And will they score? Yes, they will. 19-5 the score, a player down for Florida International. And we're going to see a trainer come out. Kick is no good on the conversion. We'll see if the sir calls for stoppage to deal with the player who's down. In the meantime, 19-5 the score for Florida Atlantic. Florida International player able to get up on his own willpower will come off the field. Of the 4 tries, only 1 conversion has been made, and that was by Florida Atlantic, who will now kick it back to Florida International. The chance of FIU coming back looking slimmer and slimmer. The kick just over the head of the big man, and we're going to hear a whistle. Did it go out? Not quite sure, but it looks like we will see a scrum. I saw the scrum signal by the sir, but he's going to change that to a penalty, and it will be a quick tap. A lot of players I've been noticing have been stopping after tapping the ball, which you really shouldn't do. You should have a plan in mind. If you can't think of what to do, just run it up. Unsupported is Florida International, and Florida Atlantic will take the ball right away. Quick kick, and that's the game. Final score on this one, 19-5, Florida Atlantic over Florida International. Next game, we'll see the University of North Florida against St. Thomas University. We'll be right back. fourth match of the day, second match of Pool B, North Florida versus St. Thomas here at Eckerd College in St. Pete. North Florida has had a history of being good at 7's, but in recent years has fallen on troubled times. St. Thomas, on the other hand, just promoted to Division I along with Eckerd and made some noise in 15s by beating UCF 43-7. Serve blows the whistle, ball just goes 10. North Florida will take it right away, but it is jackled. But we're gonna see diving into the ruck call called against St. Thomas, who looked to capitalize on an early mistake by North Florida. Deadbirds, looking to toss the ball, and North Florida looking to make some noise and be the first ones to score. Lots of passes so far by the Deadbirds. Wide throw, no, they were so close too. And we're gonna hear a whistle, and it will be a penalty against North Florida. Quick tap by St. Thomas. North Florida almost made some noise in the very beginning stages of the first half. Instead, it'll be St. Thomas ball, 1-on-3 situation developing. No passes, though, by St. Thomas. St. Thomas just inside the halfway point. St. Thomas on the edge, but they will throw it back inside. St. Thomas in North Florida territory. Lots of men down the field, quick kick. And will St. Thomas get there for the first score? No, it hits. It hits the construction fence. And it will be out of bounds. We're going to see what the Sir says to do, and it looks like it will be a quick tap for North Florida. Big kick, North Florida looking to have a line out, and they will. 0-0 the score for both teams. North Florida versus St. Thomas, a Pool B matchup. Outside of both teams, two others in their pool, that being the University of Florida Gators and the University of Central Florida Knights. But instead, we're going to see a scrum down in favor of St. Thomas. Crouch, bind, set. North Florida trying to stand firm, but St. Thomas just as firm. Quick pass back inside. Good passes by St. Thomas, who gets inside the 22. Knocking on the doorstep of the Deadbirds. And we're going to hear a knock-on whistle and another scrum, this time for the Ospreys, or the Deadbirds, I'm sorry. Crouch bind set by the Sir. St. Thomas looking to steal it. We're going to hear a whistle, though, and St. Thomas will have the ball. Quick tap. Pitches it back inside, and St. Thomas will score first, 5-0 against the Deadbirds. North Florida, one of their biggest problems is when another team scores, they lose a lot of momentum. Looking to see if St. Thomas can take advantage. That kick is up and no good. 5-0 the score. North Florida will need to respond quickly if they hope to stay in the game, even though it is a one-possession affair, 5-0 in favor of St. Thomas. Kick is up way past 10. St. Thomas looking to contest. North Florida, however, will take the ball. The Deadbird player looking for a quick pass, unable to do so. Oh, and look at this. One player to beat for St. Thomas, and North Florida looking to respond just as quickly. Ooh, big stiff arm. You are kidding. And North Florida, just as quickly as they were scored on, big stiff arm. And it is now 5-all. North Florida potentially looking to take the lead. They will not. It hit the post and it wasn't even tall enough. And you heard a quick obscenity by the player that took the conversion drop kick. 5-all the score. North Florida to kick it back to St. Thomas. I guarantee you that stiff arm will be posted all over rugby sites across the state the next few days. That was very impressive. North Florida kicks it off, it goes 10, and St. Thomas will catch it. Will St. Thomas respond just as quickly as North Florida did? St. Thomas looking good so far, and oh, look at this! And just as quickly as North Florida responded to St. Thomas's try, St. Thomas will score, and it is 10-5 St. Thomas. Quick blows exchanged by both teams. And now St. Thomas looks to get the first conversion of the day for either team. Kick is up and it is good. 12-5 the score in favor of St. Thomas. We're going to hear a whistle. And that appears to be halftime. 12-5 the score in favor of St. Thomas. Quick blows within the last 2 minutes, it appeared. And we'll be right back in 2 minutes. closest game so far today. One possession lead between St. Thomas and North Florida. 12-5 the score. Here comes the whistle. Kick does not go 10. And it will be St. Thomas ball. Quick tap by St. Thomas in North Florida territory, looking to extend their lead. And St. Thomas down the sideline. Quick pass. And they will... score. 19-5 the score currently. St. Thomas over North Florida. Kick is up and it is good. Or excuse me, it was 17-5. Now it's 19-5. And I know it seems a little ridiculous that I'm waiting so long to call the try, even though they're in the try zone. But I have seen it before where players have botched it up and it became a knock-on. (19-5), 14-point lead for St. Thomas. Deadbirds, however, can respond. We've had a bunch of tries within the last few minutes of play, and that included the previous half. North Florida dancing around a little bit. No support though. Oh, and look at this. The same player that had that stiff arm looking to do it again. He's tackled though, no support. And it will be a knock-on. However, it ends up in the hands of St. Thomas, who goes rightfully out of bounds. Delayed penalty, St. Thomas ball, scrum down in favor of St. Thomas. Scrum down right near the close sideline. Need to be very careful. Crouch mindset by the Sir. Both teams very low. Very good scrum. And big push, but St. Thomas will retain the ball. St. Thomas looking to extend their lead. Good passes. And big hit, and the Deadbirds have the ball. No support though. And the Deadbirds will lose some yardage. Big push though. Will take them outside their 22. St. Thomas looking to put pressure on the Deadbirds, and they do. It is a knock-on against North Florida. Scrum down for St. Thomas inside the North Florida 22. St. Thomas knocking on the doorsteps once again to extend their 19-5 lead. Ooh, North Florida with a good push. But the scrum collapses and St. Thomas will pick up the ball. Quick tackle by St. Thomas, who will fall on the ball. But the Sir is going to say it is a knock-on, so we will see another scrum, this time very close to the North Florida try line in favor of the Deadbirds. Going to hear a quick whistle by the Sir, just organizing the scrum. Even though the scrum is a lot smaller than it is normally, with it being 3-on-3, it is still in my mind, the most dangerous part of the game, so it is important that the Sirs take as much responsibility as possible for the scrum. And we're going to hear another whistle, a knock on against North Florida in dangerous space. We're going to see another scrum down, this time for St. Thomas, who very well could just have the 9 run in and score. North Florida backed up to their own try line, 19-5 the score. North Florida's been very strong on the scrums, but we'll hear a whistle against St. Thomas, and it will be a penalty in favor of North Florida. The Deadbirds getting very lucky that another try didn't happen. North Florida quick passes and a knock on. A lot of scrums within the past minute or two for both teams. And we're going to see a stoppage of play as St. Thomas makes a substitution. St. Thomas killing a lot of clock, looking to get their first win of the tournament. Crouch bind set. North Florida pushes well. St. Thomas, however, will take the ball. Looking to get outside. Did they get across the try line? They did. 24-5 the score for now for St. Thomas. After this game, we will take a little break between games, and we will resume once again at 10:30 between Florida Atlantic and Eckerd. In the meantime, however, we will turn off the stream so we can deal with some tech issues. But then we should be right back, ready to go. Conversion kick by St. Thomas is good. 26-5 the score. 21-point lead by St. Thomas. Some time left on the clock, it appears. However, as I always say with broadcasts, the most accurate score and clock is with the Sir running the match. St. Thomas kicking it back to the Deadbirds. We'll see if the Deadbirds have one last punch in them. Kick is up, goes 10. St. Thomas contesting it, went through the arms of a Deadbird player, and St. Thomas will get the ball. St. Thomas looking for a hole. I love the fact that St. Thomas, even though they're getting tackled, they're still moving their feet, getting extra yardage, and allowing their players to set up, and they will expose a giant hole, and another try for St. Thomas. (31-5 the score, if I am not mistaken. St. Thomas looking to make it 33-5. Kick is up and good. And that's the game. The final score, I believe, 33-5, St. Thomas over North Florida. We will take a quick break. Actually, we will take an elongated break, and we will see Florida Atlantic and Eckerd at 10:30. Once again, the stream will be shut down for a little bit as we deal with a little bit of technology, but that's the way it goes. We'll see you here in a little bit.
Doesn't need.
just wish you knew. Just wish you knew.
They always Annabelle, and welcome to my tea party. Boo. Cookie?
Board for me. You sure? I am Belle. Can't you tell? You will be my haunted friends, or you will go to hell.
Oh, by the way, have you met Chucky yet?
Yo, what's up, bro?
should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'll never let you go. You've been lost and alone in the city lights, I know. But I will guide you home. Letting love pass by, something I've done so many times. Trying to keep my head high while everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know.
Florida Atlantic getting ready to kick off. Players staying behind the kicker. You may have seen the Sir directing the players to get back just a little bit. Eckerd looking to strike back and retake the lead. Very close to in touch. One man to beat, but is tackled. Not enough support there. Very close to getting jackled too. Eckerd now in Florida Atlantic territory, getting on the outside. Good pitch. And it looks like Eckerd coming very close inside the 22. Still up on his feet and shoved out of bounds. Good job by Florida Atlantic keeping Eckerd from scoring once again, and it will be a line out. Seven the score, line out to Florida Atlantic inside their own 22, backed up to their own try line. Good luck. Look at this, Eckerd with their second. Possessed, it was more like smacked to the Florida Atlantic side, which is just fine. However, Eckerd decided to run after it right away. Kick is up, but it's not even going to make it. 12-7, we heard a long whistle. And it looks like it is halftime. 12-7 the score in favor of Eckerd, looking for their first win of the tournament. We'll be back. Seven minutes gone by, 7 minutes to go. 12-7 the score between Eckerd and Florida Atlantic. The two teams with the most fans here. Eckerd, of course, hosting the tournament, while Florida Atlantic, all I have to say is good job to their fans for showing up for their team. However, Florida Atlantic, of course, down by 5 as the ball was kicked off to them, contested a little bit, but they will maintain possession, and they hope to strike back. And it looks like they might. Good stiff arm. All it is now is a race to the try line, but the Florida Atlantic player is tackled. Florida Atlantic, quick pickup from the ruck. Was he supported? Looks like he was. Ball goes backward. Florida Atlantic very lucky to keep it. Florida Atlantic looking to expose a tiny hole, but just not there. The Owls looking to respond to Eckerd's last-minute try. And we're going to see a penalty here against Eckerd. Eckerd backed up to their own try line. Quick tap by the Owls. And quick push, and not quite there. Florida Atlantic, you may notice, is going very quick out of the rucks. They're not really even supporting. They're just picking up the ball straight from the ruck and running it in. Of course, Eckerd backed up to their own try line at this point. Ball straight up, handed it off. Eckerd doing a great job so far on the line, and I spoke a little too soon. 12-12 the score. Right as I said that Eckerd was doing a good job on the line, Florida Atlantic finds a man alone. Florida Atlantic tried to tackle him, but of course, no real time. Florida Atlantic could take the lead back. Depending on this conversion kick, it will be a very difficult kick from the corner. And of course, it has to be a drop kick, so we'll see what Florida Atlantic can do. Worst case scenario, we stay tied at 12. Kick is up, and it looks like it was no good. Surden blows whistle. The man behind the post ended up catching the ball. Was it good?
Yeah. I don't think. Hey, did he make that point?
Getting some confirmation here on the sideline that the conversion kick was no good. 12-all the score between Eckerd and Florida Atlantic. Florida Atlantic getting ready to kick it off. A little bit of a wobbly kick, more straight than up, but it goes 10, so who cares? Little bit of pushing and shoving here on the near side between two of the Eckerd and Florida Atlantic players. But it looks like they will turn it down as Florida Atlantic looking to have a 3-on-1, but they're not really going to do much with it. Eckerd now slowly creeping into Florida Atlantic territory, but they cough up the ball. Delayed penalty for Florida Atlantic, and it will be called a knock-on against Eckerd. Scrum down for the Owls.
Heads up, boys. Let's go. Lockdown defense.
3 men for each team getting ready to battle it out for this ball. So far, not many stolen scrums. Can we get one here? The scrum right on midfield. Florida Atlantic taking it, and their scrum half looking to expose a hole, but Eckerd's scrum half looking to pass it out of bounds. But Florida Atlantic will just pass it. Florida Atlantic staying in bounds, very close to in touch though. Big long pass, Florida Atlantic, very wide with a little bit of a kick. Can it be a successful kick? Ah, it was so close to being a very successful kick in for the try. But the knock on, and we will see scrum for Eckerd. It was actually looking to be a very great grubber, but either he just needed to run a little bit faster or just needed a dive on it. Very good attempt, though. You gotta give him credit where credit is due. In all fairness, though, the knock-on happened in terrible territory for Eckerd, who are now pretty much once again backed up to their own try line. 12-12 the score from Eckerd College, the home team, tied with Florida Atlantic. Eckerd wins the score. And with the ball knocked down by two players, Eckerd having to protect their rucks immediately as Florida Atlantic is keeping pressure, and Eckerd gets right back up and gets outside their 22. Good push passes by Eckerd. Ball went backwards and flat, but we're gonna hear a knock-on call from the Sir. Scrum down for Florida Atlantic just outside of the Eckerd 22. Florida Atlantic came runner-up in the tournament 2 years ago, wins this scrum. Eckerd slow to beat them. Nice cross for Florida Atlantic, but they're met pretty quickly once again. Eckerd looking to steal it. Oh, but they're going to say hands in the ruck. Sir calls penalty against Eckerd. Florida Atlantic looking to capitalize. 12-12 the score. Florida Atlantic close to coming out of bounds on the side. Eckerd trying to find the open hole, but Florida Atlantic just playing very good. Eckerd forcing them into rucks and not letting them get to the holes. Oh, but a good fake. One man to beat. Oh, quick grubber kick. But it bounced a little too much and he threw it what looked like forward, and it will be a penalty against Eckerd. The Eckerd player tried to grubber the ball forward past the final defender, what appeared to be the fullback for Florida Atlantic, but unfortunately just wasn't as great of a grubber. It bounced a little bit too much, it was too centered, and instead, Florida Atlantic very close to being too far of a throw. But one thing's for certain, Florida Atlantic was too far away from their player as Eckerd once again takes the ball. Eckerd, big man, puts the ball down and then picks it right back up to gain a few more yards and is now outside the 10. Eckerd hasn't won a game in the tournament yet. Could be very important if they want to make it into the semifinals. Florida Atlantic right through the gate, stealing the ball right away. Florida Atlantic down the sideline. Will he be tackled? No, he won't. And Florida Atlantic will take the lead once he puts the ball down. There you go. 19-12 the score. Florida Atlantic now on top. Could be very good for the Owls if they win this game. I think they make the semifinal. Kick is up. Oh, it hit the crossbar, but it won't matter. 19-12, the estimated final score. Florida Atlantic taking this one. Next game, we will see St. Thomas against the University of Central Florida right after this. UCF taking on St. Thomas in the 6th game of the day. These two teams met earlier this year in 15s, and it wasn't very good for UCF. I believe the final score was 43-7 in favor of St. Thomas. Ball is kicked, beautiful, beautiful kick. St. Thomas looking to do some trickery, but he's met very quickly by two Knights. So far, UCF yet to score in the tournament. Last game they played was against the University of Florida. Final score 21-0, while St. Thomas scoring the most points in a game so far in their contest against the University of North Florida, a 33-5 final. St. Thomas looking to pitch the ball away, but we're going to hear a whistle and a knock-on call against St. Thomas. Scrum down for the Knights. First scrum of the game for either team. It will be a scrum for UCF. Here comes the tap very quickly down the line. UCF takes the scrum. Beautiful pass, enough momentum, and it looks like the Knights will get their first try of the tournament. And they do. 5-0 UCF. That pass, whoever got the assist for UCF had a great pass. It was just in front of the player enough to keep the speed going. And that's the biggest problem with 7's. You want as much speed as possible. Kick is good. 7-0 in favor of the Knights against St. Thomas. Similar to the last game, UCF currently 0-1, St. Thomas currently 1-0. If St. Thomas wins, it almost guarantees them a spot in the semifinal. UCF needs this game to stay in the race, and so far they have the advantage. What I have seen from UCF, at least in 15s, is that they are very good at capitalizing off of other teams' mistakes, and we just saw it with that knock-on by St. Thomas. UCF so far with great kickoffs to keep St. Thomas from entering their zone. St. Thomas, players putting their arms out in order to get a few more yards. Some nice stiff arms. Ooh, almost a potentially big hole for St. Thomas. This player jumping over the last ruck, number 23 for St. Thomas. And St. Thomas will go out of bounds just shy of midfield. We will see the first line out of the game once again in favor of UCF. Can the Knights capitalize on another mistake? UCF going back, going front, and it's stolen by St. Thomas. Ball bounces around a little bit, but we're going to hear a whistle. And it looked like the sir may have stopped his clock. I saw him, and he did. We have a yellow card against UCF. The Knights will play down for 2 minutes. Quick tap for St. Thomas, who now have a potential advantage to get back into this game. And it looks like they might. St. Thomas at the 22 gets it, but he's just out of bounds. The Knights get lucky. Last line out was stolen by St. Thomas. The Knights have to be careful. UCF playing down a man, 6-on-7 rugby. Central Florida really loves moving both backward and forward on their lineouts. They win it this time. Very important to burn out this yellow card that they received. We're going to hear a whistle, not rolling away on St. Thomas. If UCF can score here, it would be a major advantage for them, not only in the grand scheme of the game, but also for this yellow card. The Knights trying to get outside, trying to pitch it, but we really haven't seen too many good passes, good, clean passes in this game. And the UCF player attempting to grubber kick it, but just not going anywhere. And St. Thomas will get it. St. Thomas running upfield to the 22, but another bad throw. And we have one of my favorite plays, one of my favorite calls that an official can make, the second one of the game, a knock-on on a knock-on. And the first knock-on was committed by St. Thomas, so it will be UCF ball. Usually you see a knock-on on a knock-on at the end of the game when everyone's tired, but we've been seeing them in the first half. Sir blows it up, and we will see the scrum once again. UCF wins the scrum, and it almost looked like a knock-on by the scrum half, but no knock-on there. UCF running it to midfield before taken down by two St. Thomas players, and we will have what was originally a delayed penalty, but it will be a regular penalty in favor of St. Thomas, just outside of the midway point, just inside their own 10-meter line. St. Thomas getting it outside as much as possible, bounced around, and it goes forward. Delayed penalty for UCF, who recovers it. The Knights, we haven't seen too many teams take advantage of a delayed penalty, and we will see a penalty against St. Thomas. Off his feet is by her. And UCF looking to respond. And it looks like UCF is back with 7 players. So yellow card over for the Knights. And we are even once again. We are also even with a bit of a stalemate. And it will be a penalty against St. Thomas. 7-0 the score for the Knights as we approach halfway. Good throw by UCF. Another man, if another man was there, it would be great. And here we go. Maybe this is what they needed, but out of bounds. And there we go. There's 2 whistles by the Sir, and it is halftime. We will be back in 2 minutes to score. UCF 7, St. Thomas nothing. While the scoreline shows a close affair between St. Thomas and UCF, with UCF having a 7-0 lead, the Knights have been playing pretty well, burning a 2-minute yellow card in the first half, and overall just maintaining more control of the ball than St. Thomas has. And the Knights will receive the kick to begin the second half. St. Thomas, the ball is shy of 10, and the Knights will get the ball. The Knights trying to get a quick tap as fast as possible to expose St. Thomas. They're just unable to do so. UCF dancing around a little bit inside the 10. UCF, a lot of close throws, not much passing from a distance. St. Thomas holding UCF up, trying to fight for the ball, but finally the UCF player is taken down, and we're going to see a delayed penalty. No, just a regular penalty against St. Thomas. UCF trying to get it down the line, but the player's not there, and St. Thomas will get the ball back. A 2-on-1 forming for St. Thomas. St. Thomas, one man to beat down the sideline, and St. Thomas looking to get even closer to UCF. And St. Thomas makes it a 7-5 game. UCF just didn't have the right man on the end. Just a pass that wasn't on target. St. Thomas then was given a 2-1 advantage. Good pass, and the St. Thomas player on the end just running as if his life depended on it. Gets the ball right down the middle. And now St. Thomas has a chance to tie this game. 7-5 currently the score for UCF. The kick is up and good, and we are tied at 7 apiece. It's those plays that can really shift momentum for a team. UCF has to be careful and ensure that St. Thomas doesn't score again, because if they do, just like with the North Florida game, St. Thomas could take it all and score a lot more on the Knights. The Knights really need to score, and they need to score as quickly as possible. Kick is up. St. Thomas looking to challenge it. The ball is live, but the Knights get it. No, they don't. St. Thomas ball. St. Thomas dancing around a little bit. And what did I say about a momentum shift? And we're going to hear a whistle. Penalty against St. Thomas. Knights getting a little lucky, and second yellow card of the game, this time against St. Thomas. UCF with a 7-6 advantage. UCF cutting it back inside, going past the break line, and inside the St. Thomas territory. UCF really close to each other, trying to get it out there, and they're going to lose a lot of yards at this point. UCF very close to the try line, and we're going to hear a whistle. And high tackle called against St. Thomas, penalty for UCF. Both teams so far doing a good time of wasting time during the yellow cards, as we see a UCF penalty and a St. Thomas ball. St. Thomas with a good stiff arm, and a pass that bounced off the back of a UCF player, and St. Thomas will take the lead. A really crazy throw by St. Thomas, rolled off the back of a UCF defender into the arms of a St. Thomas player, who just runs it right down to the goal line. What was once a 7-0 lead for the Knights has been cut to a 12-7 lead for St. Thomas. The kick is up and good. 14-7 in favor of St. Thomas. St. Thomas, quick kick, the ball just crossing the 10-meter line. And St. Thomas getting it again. And we're going to see a knock-on against UCF. St. Thomas ball. St. Thomas doing a great job on these kickoffs to maintain possession. While the Knights, their kickoffs, they're long. They get it as far away as possible. St. Thomas, they're kicking it as short as possible so they can contest for the ball. And so far, both has been working for both teams, but St. Thomas is now taking advantage of that. Scrum down for St. Thomas. Crouch bind set by the Sir. St. Thomas, very good scrum, but we hear a whistle. The Sir is saying something about the way UCF scrummed. Once again, very important to note that even though it's only 3-on-3 in the scrum, it is still the most important and possibly even the most dangerous part of this game. So it is important for the Sirs to take as much control as possible over the scrum. And it won't matter. St. Thomas wins the scrum again. St. Thomas' scrum half looking for a big hole, but he doesn't get it. St. Thomas now with room on the edge to run. Oh, and the St. Thomas player just was not back enough. As a matter of fact, he was flat with his teammate. Can't do that when you're that close to the try line. If he was further back, if his teammate was further back, then St. Thomas would be up 19-7. Instead, they maintain the score. It's 14-7, UCF ball. Knights looking to stay in contention for a spot in the semifinals. UCF, no support whatsoever. Again, no support, and the Knights are just flicking it out of potential rucks because they have nobody there. Knights, quick kick to clear it. Knights came close. Ooh, and St. Thomas is going to kick this one. What appeared to be out of bounds, but it didn't go out. And was UCF in bounds? Oh my goodness. How about that? St. Thomas attempted to clear the ball away, but it stayed in bounds. Another kick happened, and it looked like at first UCF was out of bounds, but the Knights stayed in, and it is now 12-14 St. Thomas. We have a Knight down on the field, and we will see what happens with the conversion as kick is up and good, and that is the end of regulation. 14-14 the score. We have our first tie of the day. And it looks like we'll end it here, 14-14 between St. Thomas and UCF. Next game, we will see the University of South Florida play FIU for a Pool A matchup. Don't go anywhere. Florida International 0-1. South Florida 1-0. Beginning right now, the referee, the sir, has blown his whistle. Kick is up way past 10, and we have begun. South Florida took the first game of the day against Eckerd 12-0, and South Florida looking to break it away right away, possibly getting a 5-0 lead in the first minute, and they do. 5-0 South Florida. Nice job by South Florida, just using the speed to break through the hole and get the first try almost right away. South Florida won 12-0 against Eckerd. Kick is up and good. 7-0 in favor of the Bulls, while Florida International lost 5-19 against their rival, Florida Atlantic. And now the Panthers find themselves down early on, 7-0 in favor of the Bulls. We are now at the halfway point through group stage play. Some teams locking up spots in the semifinal, and this kick will not go 10. Florida International will get the ball at the halfway mark. Florida International needing a big momentum shift after going down against Florida Atlantic and now being down against South Florida. Florida International really loves doing these switches. Ball goes over the head of an intended player, and South Florida just taking yards and meters away from Florida International. Florida International trying a stiff arm, but just not going to get there. And they set up a ruck. South Florida, the defending FCC champions, letting up a bit of a hole, but they are staying firm on defense, and they will get a nice jackal. Florida, and look at this, Florida International had to use the player that was protecting the ball to clear the ruck, but then another player was waiting for the jackal, and it will come to be a major benefit for South Florida, who now gets a 12-0 lead over Florida International. There was a penalty, of course, against Florida International, and quick tap occurred by South Florida, who got the try. Conversion is up and good. 14-0 the score in favor of USF. USF, once again, one of the favorites to win this entire tournament. They have had a great history of rugby sevens. And so far, it looks like they're dominating. The only thing that South Florida didn't do well in this game so far was their kickoff. Can they do better? And they will. It goes past 10. It looks like it may go out of bounds. Oh, and Florida International smacking it behind to get it to a player. They're desperate at this point to maintain possession. We're going to hear a whistle, and it will be a knock-on against Florida International. We will see a scrum in favor of South Florida. Here comes the scrum down, 14-0 the score for South Florida. The serve making sure everything is good in the scrum. He said something to South Florida's hooker, it looked like. And it looks like he's going to blow up the scrum, and he's going to give it straight away to Florida International, but he's going to blow it up since they didn't do it right in front of him. Florida International, the sir is looking for a quick tap at the exact spot that he wants. And here we go, no whistle this time. Florida International will keep it. Their number 10 ran it straight up. Florida International. And South Florida looks like they have taken the ball away once again. National trying to create a little bit of separation. And here we go, Florida International looking to run it. Florida International, can they outrun USF? No, they can, and they are tackled just shy, but Florida International getting closer to the try line. Oh, but they lose the ball, but we will hear a whistle and a knock-on called against the University of South Florida, and it will be a scrum down for the Panthers. Florida International with a big breakaway, but they just didn't have the speed to get 5 points on the board. Still 14-0. Majorly improved scrum for both teams. If Florida International gets it, they can get the try that they need to get themselves back in the game. But if South Florida wins it, they continue to get more and more momentum. And it looks like we won't scrum at all, and it's straight to South Florida. South Florida passing it back inside, trying to avoid going out of bounds. South Florida, a lot of speed on this team. I'm surprised we haven't seen too many kicks out of Florida International. They have been known as a kick-heavy team, especially last season. I know they beat UNF off of the kicking game, but now we're not seeing much out of Florida International in terms of kick power. Florida International, we have a scrum in favor of Florida International. The scrum just outside of the 22, and instead we will see a free kick. Quick tap, Florida International gaining a lot of meters off of that. However, ooh, look at this. Holding on to the ball, an attempted jackal by USF, but the sir is going to say that Florida International held on to it, and now the Bulls looking to capitalize again, but another knock on. And multiple whistles, and that is halftime. 14-0 the score in favor of South Florida. South Florida with a 2-possession lead over Florida International, 14-0 the score. South Florida, big kick to Florida International, who catches it. And let's see if the Panthers can respond to this 2-possession deficit. Oh, and we have a big man for Florida International dancing his way just outside the 10 line. Florida International trying to get it wide. Potential hole, but Florida International went into the tackle instead. And we're going to see a jackal and then a penalty for the University of South Florida. A nice hot day here in St. Pete. The only other team with 2 wins as of now. Oh, look at that kick by South Florida. And the Bulls take a 19-0 lead. Just a reverse rainbow kick of sorts over the Florida International line by South Florida, right into the hands of the Bull, who runs it in. Kick, however, no good. 19-0 the score, a 3-possession game between these two teams. All balls kicked from the south tri-zone, ending up in an active construction site, so we're using a lot of rugby balls today, which is why we keep having delays whenever there's a try on that side. Good kick by South Florida. Florida International takes it. Florida International with a good run, trying to dance, and Florida International will get into USF territory. Big man for Florida International, dancing his way around. He had a good run, a good dump off, and Florida International looking to break the stall. Florida International running, and they get in, and they cut this lead. 19-5 the score. You gotta love it when a big man makes a play in rugby sevens. There's this big stigma against bigger individuals, especially forwards, playing rugby sevens. But in this case, he ended up being the difference maker. Conversion no good according to the touch judge. 19-5 the score in favor of USF. FIU about to kick it off back to the Bulls. Florida International, it would be a good idea if they contested this kick. Will we see them try something sneaky? Here comes the kick, and it won't go 10, let alone 5, and South Florida will take over from midway. Quick tap by South Florida, who looks to respond to Florida International's try, and who has the ball, and it goes out of bounds. Who is the sir going to say possession was for? And he's going to say that South Florida maintained possession through that South. And here we go with Florida International trying to do something sneaky. But the sir says that they can't do that. The Florida International player tried to basically shoot the ball into play. But now we will see a normal line out in favor of Florida International. It was very contested when the ball was coming out of play, and South Florida will steal the ball away. South Florida looking for a big response, and South Florida just marching down the field inside the 10. Looking to get inside the Florida International 22. South Florida forming a ruck. I'm worried that USF is starting to get a little worried, since we're seeing that they're really yanking their passes a little more, and they're really trying to speed things up, and Florida International will steal it away from the ruck by USF. Can they do something with it? Florida International past the 10-meter line. And we will hear a whistle, penalty called against Florida International, USF ball. South Florida looking to take advantage, but they are tackled just around the 22-meter line. South Florida trying to blow through the line. Would have been great if they had a little help there, and almost a bad pass, but the USF player gets there to keep possession for the Bulls. 19-5 the score, almost a knock on. However, South Florida maintains possession. South Florida dancing around a little bit, and then they get through the line. And it is now 24-5 in favor of South Florida. We've seen a lot of players stop and dance around a little bit, looking to create something, looking to break through the line, and I think that's the first time today we've seen it work out. 24-5 the score, could be 26 pending the conversion. And we are about to lose another ball. Kick is up and it is no good. 24-5 the score in favor of South Florida. We have another ball that has been delivered, but South Florida taking a little bit of time with their water break. There is a law that says that they have to get the ball kicked off within 30 seconds of the conversion kick, so they need to do so before they get penalized for it, and they do. Coming up after this game, Florida takes on North Florida, and then we will see a break. Florida International ripping this one wide, too far behind. A player goes out of bounds, and we will hear the final whistle. Final score between South Florida and Florida International, 24-5. Not much movement from the Deadbirds. They stay flat. It looks like they're trying to break the line. And the ball gets swatted down, but they're, oh, Sir says it went backward. North Florida, lots of confusion. The ball drops, and this time we will hear a whistle for a knock-on. Florida in great territory if they look to be the first team in Pool B with 2 wins. 2 wins, of course, the magic number to make the semifinal. They currently have 1. And of course, the other team could be anyone at this point since UCF and St. Thomas tied earlier. Scrum for Florida off the knock-on by the Deadbirds. Florida wins it. Can they break the line and get the first score of the game? And it looks like they will. Let's hear the whistle. Ooh, and did the ball touch the ground? No signal yet from the Sir. And now we hear it. 5-0 the score already for Florida. Very late whistle. It looked like North Florida was keeping the ball off the ground. I think North Florida maybe wanted to push him out of bounds, but there's really nowhere to do it because the back of the try zone is a fence. Florida kick is up and no good. 5-0 the score between Florida and North Florida. Florida currently set up to receive the kick, but they really shouldn't be. That's only in Union. In 7's, the ball should go to the team that got scored on. And now they see it and they have corrected themselves. Kick is up, more straight than anything else, but North Florida will take it. North Florida dancing around with it is their tiny little 9. Here comes the 9 with some speed, 2 to beat. Cuts inside, trying to get around and tie this game. Ooh, and he pitches it. Can North Florida tie the game? They get past the 22 and set up a ruck. We're gonna hear a whistle. Not releasing called against North Florida. Gator ball. Florida takes it to 22. Ball goes backwards. Florida trying to, ooh, good pitch by the Gators. They get to the 10. The tackler. The Sir says that it was a tackle, but he's going to let it play on. Florida breaking into, ooh, and a big interception by North Florida. North Florida taking it upfield, and they get to the 10-meter line, and Sir says that it was a good jackal. Nobody on North Florida outside of one man was there to protect the ball. Florida trying to make it 10-0. Florida, one man to beat for the Gators, but he's brought down. Can North Florida jackal it? They do. Deadbirds have it, and we'll hear a whistle and a knock-on called against the Gators. Must have been a delayed penalty that the Sir let play on, and we will see a scrum. The projected standings right now for Pool B, St. Thomas leads with 1 win and a tie. The Gators right behind them, UCF with a loss and a tie, and North Florida with 1 loss so far. The Gators beat UCF 21-0 in game 1, while UNF suffered a brutal 33-5 loss against St. Thomas. North Florida looking to respond to the early try by Florida. 5-0 the score. Gators pushing hard, and the scrum collapses, but the Gators will pick it up, and they will score again. Florida just pounding UNF on their scrum. ended up winning the scrum. It looked like at first the scrum collapsed, but I guess the ball was already out of the scrum, and the Gators take a 10-0 lead. Will it be 12? No, it will not. Oh wait, yes it will. The touch judge held up his flag late, and he says that he made it. But I didn't hear a signal from the sir. We will confirm later what the score is. It's either 10 or 12-0. Florida kicking the ball off, North Florida catching it. North Florida hasn't spent too much time in opponent's territory. North Florida. Ooh, look at this. North Florida down the sideline. One man to beat, cuts it back inside. North Florida past the 22, and North Florida has responded. Second try of the day for that man right there. I believe his name is Jason. The score 12 or 10-5. We'll see if North Florida can convert the conversion kick.
No, the way to sound.
Kick is up, no good. And that is halftime. The score 12 or 10 for Florida and 5 for North Florida. We'll be right back. North Florida down 2-1. A win for the Gators could put them through into the semifinals. First kick of the day for North Florida. They meet them right away. And it looks like North Florida trying to steal it, but they're unable to do so. The Gators close to being shoved out of bounds, but they dump it back inside. North Florida trying to jackal, but unable to do so. North Florida, tackle no good. We'll hear a whistle. It looks like the sir stopped the clock. Will we see a yellow card? And it is a yellow. Yellow shown for North Florida. It looked like a high tackle. And North Florida will be down a man for 2 minutes. Florida taking a nice tap. Florida with a big hole. Nice grubber kick. Can they get there for it? Nobody with the ball yet. Playing a little soccer out there and the ball goes out the back. It turned into a soccer match there for a second, but it looked like Florida kicked it out the back. And Sir is signaling for a scrum. The score 10 or 12 to 5. No confirmation on the kick from earlier. Crouch bind set by the Sir, won by Florida. Florida looking to extend their lead. Dumps it back, no good, but it will end up in the arms of a Gator anyway. Florida trying to exploit nobody on the outside, and they will score. Nobody wide for North Florida, and the Gators get 5 once again on the board. Florida getting ready for the conversion kick. The kick is up and no good. The score 15 or 17 to 5 in favor of the Gators. The most accurate score and the most accurate time, of course, lies with the Sir. After this game, there will be a break in the action, and I will go find out what the final score for this game will end up being. Florida looking for a chance to secure a spot in the semifinals. They won the Rugby State 7's title. North Florida didn't catch it, but it looked like it went backward. Florida won the title back in 2021, and they may be looking to do so again this year. Ooh, no look pass by North Florida. North Florida with a man outside, good stiff arm, but just couldn't get the pass off right. Good tackle and a good set ruck by North Florida, who are looking to respond here in the second half. North Florida getting on the outside. North Florida with a ricocheted pass. Gets it just late, trying to keep it from ending up in the Gators, but it ends up Florida ball anyway. Looks like North Florida still a man down. Gators up 3 tries to 1, and we are going to hear a whistle against Florida, and it will be North Florida ball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breaking the action. Excuse me, doing a few subs, and here comes the North Florida player that had the yellow card. Both teams even once again. The score 15 or 17 to 5 in favor of the Florida Gators. Crouch bind set, one side lower than the other on the scrum, and Florida just absolutely railing their way. And they will get the ball. Just absolute dominance on the scrum by the Florida Gators. And we're gonna hear a whistle, and the sir wanted a tap of some sort before the throw. The tap down the line. Ooh, good move by the Gators. Looking to extend their lead and possibly secure a spot in the semifinals. Florida, we're going to see their second forward pass call of the second half, and it will be North Florida ball. Scrum down for the Deadbirds. The sir trying to take as much charge of the scrum as possible, trying to make it as safe as it could possibly be, and trying to make sure that it is run successfully.
Stay there. Don't move.
Once again, one side falling down for North Florida, but it won't matter. The ball came out beforehand, and the Deadbirds will try to run it up. Deadbirds on the edge. Don't go out of bounds. Quick passes. Deadbirds looking for the outside. Ball is dropped, went backwards, but the Gators will pick it up anyway. Man slow to get up for North Florida, but gets up anyway, and we will hear a whistle. And it looks like it will be a knock-on call against Florida, but it won't matter. Multiple whistles blown. And everybody's standing around. And that's game. That is the game between North Florida and Florida. The final score 15 or 17-5. Those 2 points won't matter in the end as the Gators move up to 2-0. We will take a break here, but both teams expecting to have one last pool game before the consolation round and the semifinal. We'll be back. resume play here with a big matchup, the final games of the group stages. Welcome back to Florida College Rugby, the 7's tournament. A few updates for you all. The final score for the UF-UNF game has been confirmed at 15-5. That one conversion was no good, but now we turn our attention to Florida Atlantic, against USF. Both teams undefeated in the pool stage as we have a stoppage in play due to a player limping off the field. While both teams have pretty much confirmed their placement in the semifinals to fight over the state title, the winner of this game can definitely decide whom each team plays and when they play. The winner of Pool A will play first at around runner-up will play at 2:55 as we see a scrum for South Florida. For both teams, it really could be a big difference between making the final or not. As of right now, South Florida beat Eckerd 12-0, along with beating Florida International 24-5 as South Florida wins the scrum and they try to get it out of their own territory. Florida Atlantic, who is trying currently to defend them, has won their last two games as South Florida pushes their way into Florida Atlantic territory. Florida Atlantic won their two games by final scores of 17-5 over Florida International and 17-12 over Eckerd. South Florida inside the 22, knocking on the doorstep, and we get penalty against Florida Atlantic. For Florida Atlantic to win Pool A, they need to win this game. A tie would most likely go to South Florida based on point differential. South Florida, however, knocking on the doorsteps of the try line of Florida Atlantic, and a pass way too high. South Florida maintaining possession, however, still with a possibility just short of the try line, and we will hear a whistle against South Florida, and Florida Atlantic comes away with an important penalty to keep themselves from going down 5-0. Florida Atlantic with the kick. South Florida recovers. You're going to hear a penalty. It looked like shepherding against South Florida. One of the players on Florida Atlantic asked for it, but it was a very clear shepherd. This will take Florida Atlantic out of their own try line and further toward the 22. Florida Atlantic past their own. Ruck formed. Florida Atlantic not getting far. Hesitation, and the ball is bobbled, and it will be a knock-on against Florida Atlantic. South Florida getting the ball inside the 22. Good. Big push, but South Florida will win it. South Florida on the outside trying to make it in, and they get tackled. Looking for the touch judge to see if it went out of bounds, and no. South Florida instead will take it back inside. Looking for a hole, they get a hole, and that will be all they need. South Florida strikes first, 5-0 Bulls. South Florida located just under an hour away from the campus of Eckerd College. Personally, I think South Florida and Eckerd are rivals because South Florida every once in a while will play on their St. Pete campus as the kick is up and good. South Florida now leads 7-0 over Florida Atlantic. Big game for both teams, as previously mentioned, will determine the seeding for the semifinals. South Florida, defending champions, looking to make it 2 in a row. The kick, it will not go. It bounces into 10, and the Sir will let it play on. It originally did not bounce 10, and we will hear a penalty whistle. Florida Atlantic ball. Florida Atlantic needs to respond if they have any chance of beating South Florida, and that is a pretty good way to do it by breaking through the line and catching South Florida off guard. And take a look at this, and Florida Atlantic will make it a 7-5 game. That is as textbook of an example of taking advantage of a penalty as you can get. The moment the penalty was called, Florida Atlantic got in front of the Sir, tapped the ball, broke through the line, and one pop pass later, it's 7-5. If Florida Atlantic makes the kick, which they do, it is now 7-all, 7-7 for both South Florida and Florida Atlantic. Florida Atlantic needs to win if they want to win Pool A based on point differential. They only beat their last two opponents by one possession, while South Florida, won by multiple possessions. But we will confirm all of that during the next break. Florida Atlantic to kick off to South Florida, 7-7 the score. For all those wanting score updates, scores for the past 2 rounds have been posted on Instagram. The handle is RugbyFL for those who are looking for it. South Florida crossing into Florida Atlantic territory. Quick blows by both teams. Not very quick, but certainly enough to not have momentum yet. Ball is dropped but goes backwards. No, Sir is going to say, we're going to hear a whistle. We're going to see where the Sir spots it and who he gives it to. And it appears to be halftime. The score is 7-7. Florida Atlantic, South Florida. 2-minute halftime coming to an end as I am being eaten by mosquitoes out here on the campus of Eckerd College in St. Pete, Florida. 7-all the score. Really, the only problem with 7's is that the game goes so fast that you forget that halftime happens only 7 minutes after the initial kickoff. South Florida kicking it off to Florida Atlantic. Ball goes 10 and more. Florida Atlantic to pick it up. Running down the sideline. Florida Atlantic. Make it a lead, pushes it back, and South Florida will dive on it. South Florida ball just outside of their own 10. South Florida needs a win or potentially a tie to win Pool A. Penalty called against South Florida. Quick tap by them, looking to capitalize the same way Florida Atlantic got their try against them. South Florida driving down the field inside the 22. South Florida dumps it off. We will hear a whistle and a knock-on called against South Florida. Florida Atlantic will take the ball. Substitution coming in for the Owls and a scrum down for Florida Atlantic. It's always the later games that are the most fun and the most exciting, and while the score is only 7-7, I'm having a lot of fun announcing this one. Ball goes through, and it will be Florida Atlantic's. Florida Atlantic just looking to pass it down the line. The wing telling the man with the ball to just run forward. That's something we haven't seen too often. A lot of players want to dance, but really they should just be running through the holes. Whistle called, penalty against South Florida. Now will slow to get up, but he will get up. South Florida at their own 10, sir. Stopping play for a second. Bit of discussion between the sir and what looks to be the captain, or at least I hope it's the captain for Florida Atlantic. In the meantime, a few subs come in for the Bulls. And that penalty has turned into a scrum. I don't see who has the ball in their hands. It appears to be South Florida. South Florida scrum inside the opposing 10. Crouch bind set. Bulls maintain. South Florida, big throw. Can he get to the outside? He stays in bounds, and the Bulls still haven't put it down, and they do. 12-7 in favor of South Florida. South Florida, good job getting the ball outside and just outrunning the competition. Got it as straight as they possibly could to make this conversion kick a little easier. 12-7 the score. The Sir trying to direct Florida Atlantic away from the goalposts, but will it be under 30 seconds? The kick is no good. The score remains 12-7. South Florida over FAU. Florida Atlantic getting the ball back on the kickoff. They need to score and they need the conversion if they have any chance of winning Pool A.
Come on, guys. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Ball is up. Florida Atlantic will take it. Florida Atlantic looking for a dump off, unable to do it, and they will hopefully set up a ruck, and they do. Florida Atlantic on the outside, trying to get as far as possible to the 22, it looks like. Just outside the 22, and they set up the ruck. Florida Atlantic needs to get out as quickly as possible. Quick grubber. Who will get to it first? It looks like USF. South Florida trying to dive on it inside. Very close to the try line. There's an owl dancing to the outside, and he scores 12-12. Florida Atlantic can take the lead with a conversion kick. South Florida has not lost a Rugby 7's game in a very long time in this tournament. No good. The kick is wide. 12-12 the score. I would have said that they have last week in the UF Invitational. Subs for both teams, 12-12 the score. South Florida to get possession off the kick unless Florida Atlantic decides to challenge for the ball. We're getting close to the 30-second when the ball needs to be kicked off. Florida Atlantic kicks it, goes past 10. No competition. USF holds onto the ball. USF at midfield. Oh, but the ball goes backwards and out of bounds. A little discussion by Florida Atlantic. What will they decide to do? I think the sir is saying the ball may have rolled forward and then out of bounds. It appears to be so because Florida Atlantic is electing to do a scrum. Sir checking his watch. Florida Atlantic with pretty solid field position, and we'll hear a whistle, and it will be given to South Florida. Not 10. The players have to get behind, and South Florida looking to get the lead, possibly even the win. South Florida looks to be uncontested on the sideline. South Florida running down the sideline. On the Florida Atlantic try line. Bulls setting it down the line, crashes it inside. Will he come down? He will, but not in the try zone. Straight in, Florida Atlantic keeping South Florida away. 12 all the score. Penalty for South Florida. And we have a timeout as we have an injured bull. And the trainer is coming out to tend to him. The South Florida player able to walk off on his own power. The Bulls looking to get into the try zone, and I think they just did, and they do. 17-12 the score, and I think South Florida just won Pool A. We'll have to see how much time is left on the clock. And of course, we have a conversion kick to take. Kick is up, too low, no good. And that is the game. The final score 19-12 in favor of USF. South Florida goes 3-0 in Pool A. We'll be right back as St. Thomas plays the University of Florida. St. Thomas taking on the University of Florida. It goes 10, batted behind St. Thomas with the ball. UF currently in first place in Pool B with a 2-0 record, while St. Thomas trails directly behind them with a 1-0-1 record. Both teams have yet to lose. Florida needs to win or tie to win Pool B. St. Thomas needs to win Pool B. St. Thomas dancing around with the ball so far, hasn't been able to get into space. Ball is passed behind, but the sir is going to call a knock on. We're going to see a scrum down for the Gators. St. Thomas, however, could still make the semifinals. That tie means a lot to them. But we will discuss that later on in the day if need be. Excuse me, the scrum down will be for St. Thomas, looking to take advantage. Scrum is won by St. Thomas. However, the sir says that the ball was not put in straight. That is the first call of a ball not being thrown in straight into the scrum that we have seen all day. You're going to see a scrum again. Once again, it'll be St. Thomas. No whistle this time. Oh, here we go. And it'll be a penalty against Florida. St. Thomas looking to capitalize, but they didn't tap the ball in front of the sir. The sirs today calling a lot of attempts to take advantage of the penalties back because they're not doing it in front of the sirs. Ball comes out and it's kicked out of bounds, and it will be a Florida ball as this rugby ball comes close to rolling into the retention pond next to the field. It was knocked forward first, so it will be a scrum for the Gators. No score yet between St. Thomas and the Florida Gators. St. Thomas in first place will be while Florida St. Thomas in second place while Florida is in first. Florida wins this scrum half, immediately takes it up. He jumps, looking to make something happen. St. Thomas picked it up, knocked it on, it's back in Florida. Florida trying to get around, tips it up, and the Gators are now in St. Thomas territory. St. Thomas looked as if they wanted to jackal the ball, but they don't. Gators losing a bit of yardage, being forced to. St. Thomas did not go through the gate. It will be a penalty against them, and the Gators looking to tap. Gators just around midfield. Nobody really any to get any yardage. Spoke too soon. Gators at the 10, just outside the 10. And we are going to hear a whistle, and it's a high tackle called against St. Thomas. Just a warning, however, no card shown. Florida exploiting a big hole. Can they take advantage of it? Florida. Oh, and the ball comes loose, and the Gators have it. Delayed penalty for St. Thomas, who will take over. Knock on call against Florida. St. Thomas. Penalty advantage. It will turn into a scrum for St. Thomas inside their 22-meter line. Most of the game has been played in St. Thomas territory, but the score remains 0-0. Very low scrum turns into a high scrum, but St. Thomas will win it. Big kick by St. Thomas. The Gators will pick it up. Penalty advantage for St. Thomas, and somebody kicked the ball off of somebody else, and it will be a knock-on called against the Gators, and St. Thomas will once again get a scrum. Both of our first two matchups in the third round have been against the current number 1 and number 2 in the pools, while the third and fourth matches will be against teams number 3 and number 4. St. Thomas, second scrum in a row for a knock-on. Crouch bind set by the serve, very low scrum. Gators trying to push it out, but St. Thomas kicked back before then. Speaking of kicks, here comes St. Thomas looking to get the first points of the game with a kick. Successful grubber, who has the ball? St. Thomas does, and St. Thomas will pull up the first points of the game, 5-0. St. Thomas, a very hard drop kick though. Up really far. Kick is up. Can he make this? Oh my goodness. I am legitimately impressed. That is the first conversion kick we have seen from any of the corners. And it is 7-0 St. Thomas. St. Thomas didn't spend a lot of time in Florida territory in this game, but it doesn't matter as they strike first, looking to be first place in Pool A. Still a little bit of time remaining in the first half. St. Thomas will kick it back to the Gators. It's loose, and St. Thomas has it. St. Thomas down the sideline. Can St. Thomas strike again? They do! And just as quickly as it became 7-0, it is now 12-0 in favor of St. Thomas. St. Thomas loves contesting those kicks when they kick off, and it has worked for them. Teams are just having trouble getting past St. Thomas. Conversion up and no good. Halftime rings 12-0 St. Thomas over Florida. We'll be back. If St. Thomas wins this game, they get 2 wins. The Gators would have 2 wins. They would effectively knock out UCF and UNF if they had any chance to make the semifinals to begin with. The score 12-0 in favor of St. Thomas, who scored both tries within probably the last 2 minutes of the game. And St. Thomas again! St. Thomas just loves their kicks. And it looks like they're going to try to kick it forward, and they do. Oh, but we're going to hear a penalty, but it is against the Gators. Oh, wait a minute. And a yellow card has been issued to the Florida Gators. St. Thomas knocking on their doorstep. And here we go. St. Thomas holding on, trying to push it forward, but the Gators keep them on the line. St. Thomas, 2-on-1 developing, holds onto the ball, and make it 17-0 for St. Thomas. St. Thomas putting their claim in for potentially winning this whole thing. I am excited to see them take on Florida Atlantic if that's who they end up taking on in the semifinals, if they make the semifinals, as the game has yet to end. Kick is up, no good. The score remains 17-0 in favor of STU. Gators playing down a man for 2 minutes thanks to the yellow card. Do they have any chance of at least scoring? Ball goes backwards, but the Gators recover, thankfully so, and here come the Gators down the sideline. 3 chasing after 1 Gator. Gators on the sideline, looking to put points on the board. And they do. The Gators are finally on the board here in this game. It is 5-17. While St. Thomas made the kick from the same spot, it is still going to be a very challenging kick, but a much needed one. This conversion would make it a 17 to 7 game rather than a 17 to 5 game. Conversion. Ooh, he stuttered for a second. The sir almost disallowed it. Kick is up and it will be wide. 17 to 5 the score. St. Thomas up by 12. Glad most of the kicks are happening on the other side, but we still need changes in the ball. Gators kicking it off to St. Thomas. It's a low one, but it goes 10. St. Thomas recovers the kick. Looking dump, but they're unable to do it. St. Thomas down the sideline. Gets into Florida territory. Good pop pass from the ground. Gators looking for the jackal. Who has the ball? And St. Thomas will retain it in the ruck. St. Thomas down the line now. St. Thomas dancing, looking for a hole, and they may have just made one. St. Thomas running down the sideline. And it is now a 22 to 5 game. I'm not going to say it was a big man carry, but it was a pretty large man who was able to stiff arm, create separation of his own, pick up the pace, run it down the sideline, and he managed to score. 22 points for St. Thomas in this game. Could be 24 pending the conversion. Kick is up, and it is no good. 22 to 5 the score for St. Thomas. St. Thomas kicking it off to the Gators. The Gators with 7 men on the field. The advantage St. Thomas had is over. Gators looking to play a little bit of Harlem Globetrotters here as they throw it back and forth. And the ball goes backward, but the Gators fall on it. Florida now in St. Thomas territory, and they go out of bounds. St. Thomas will have a line out just outside of the midway point. And a brilliant throw by St. Thomas. St. Thomas looking to get to the outside. Do they have the speed? Ooh, good cutback. And a good job by number 6 to be able to get to the outside. Quick rubber kick. St. Thomas will land on it. But unfortunately, it is a knock on. The ball was bobbled. Florida will get the scrum. The sir checking his watch. We are getting close to the end of this game. St. Thomas most likely will end up in first place while the Gators will end up in second. Gators win the scrum, hoping to at least cut the deficit. Gators on their own 22 with the ball. The Gators have had some good no-look passes, and we hear a whistle, and it will be a penalty for St. Thomas. And St. Thomas making a substitution. After this game, the hosts Eckerd will play their final pool match against Florida International. Both teams yet to win a game in this tournament. However, it can mean the difference between playing in the 7th place game and the 10th place game. Should be really fun to see. Eckerd, in my mind, has been playing better game per game. St. Thomas scrum. St. Thomas wins the scrum, but it goes backwards, and the Gators fall on top of the St. Thomas player. However, it will be a penalty for St. Thomas, and St. Thomas is going to exploit the penalty, and they shove their way in for another try. 27-5 the score. St. Thomas is doing two things extraordinarily well. Number one, they are challenging these kickoffs in a way I have never seen a team in this state do. And number two, they are getting up to the SIR as quickly as possible on penalties and running through the holes. Kick is up and good. And that is the game. Final score, St. Thomas 29-5 over Florida, and St. Thomas are the Pool B champions, if I am not mistaken. Next up, FIU and Eckerd. Don't go away. The home team, the Eckerd Tritons, against Florida International Panthers. Both teams 0-2. But this game could be the difference between playing in the 5th place game or the 7th place game. Florida International kicking off first, a high kick. St. Thomas will grab it though. St. Thomas, big man. Ooh, big man had it, tried to dump it off to his man next to him, tried to pass it, but unfortunately bounced off a FIU defender and rolled forward. Knock on scrum down for the Panthers. Florida International, last year's tournament runner-up. A lot of movement on the scrum, the SIR warning them not to move. Good switch by Florida International, or excuse me. Florida International inside Eckerd territory. Florida International. Ooh, Florida International a little confused, not sure where to go, but Eckerd is just standing there. we are seeing a night and day difference between the two newest teams in the Florida Collegiate Division I Conference. And it will be called a forward pass and Eckerd ball. It is night and day between St. Thomas and Eckerd, but I cannot wait to see both teams play this season in Union. Scrum down in favor of Eckerd. Game just started, 0-0 the score. Crouch bind set, the Sir taking control over the scrums. Very quick scrum, Eckerd ball. Taking not much. While Florida International loves doing like these switches and trick plays and stuff, Eckerd has mostly been very flat-footed and just passing the ball up and down the line. A Florida International player just trying to intercept it, but unable to do so. Florida International, did they get the jackal? They do. Oh, but the Sir is going to say off his feet, penalty. And a card has been served. I cannot see which team got it, and it looks like it is against Florida International. Eckerd will now play a man up, or I should say Florida International will play a man down 7-6 rugby for the next 2 minutes. Eckerd coming close to the halfway line, which they haven't done so far. Most of the game has been spent in Eckerd territory, and it will be a knock-on against the Triton. Scrum down for Florida International. Much needed as they are down a man. Eckerd has played relatively close rugby, getting better in each game. They lost 12-0 to USF, along with a 17-12 loss against Florida Atlantic. Florida International, wins it. Florida International getting the outside. Florida International. Ball is out, and we're going to hear a whistle, but it's going to be a penalty against Eckerd. Florida International coming very close to putting the first points on the board for either team. National, however, has rolled away from the pitch, and he is down and slow to get up. Eckerd holding Florida International up. Florida International trying to get down, and they do. Florida International picks the ball up, trying to get in to try, and they do. 5-0, Florida International. And as that try happens, the trainers quickly called onto the field. $5-0 the score between Florida International and Eckerd as the trainers tend to what appears to be an injured Triton. Kick is up, and it will not be good. Still ends up in the construction site, though. 5-0 the score for Florida International. The injured player on the in the south tri-zone appears to not be in the field of play, so the Sir will let, or will they? Sir stopping play. It looks like the player may be on the field. The Sir now going over to assess the situation. We will see what happens in the coming minutes. The injured player is a member of Florida International. He's being helped off the field by the athletic trainers. The SIR now allowing play to continue. Florida International leads 5-0 against Eckerd. Kickoff drops, but Eckerd will take the ball. Eckerd looking to get to the outside. Eckerd almost had a breakaway, but Florida International able to tackle. Eckerd just outside their own 10, but behind midfield. Long pass by Eckerd, who gets it to the outside, and it drops forward. We're going to see a delayed penalty, and Florida International getting to the outside. Florida International gets in the trial zone and will put it down. It is 10-0 Panthers. Delayed penalty on the knock-on by Eckerd. Florida International being able to pick it up, pass it to the outside, and whoever the wing was, just able to get the separation speed. Conversion kick is up and good. The score 12-0. Will this be halftime? Yes, it is. Halftime between Florida International and Eckerd. 12-0 the score in favor of the Panthers. We'll be right back. Both teams switch sides as we resume play. 12-0 the score in favor of the Panthers over the host Tritons. Anything can change, however. Still another 7 minutes to go. But it will be a little bit of trouble for Eckerd as they have to kick off to Florida International. SIR starts it up, kick is up, and it will go 10. Eckerd looking to contest, the ball goes backward, and Eckerd fighting for the ball. And they get it. Eckerd in FIU territory. Eckerd looking for a response to the late try by Florida International. Eckerd going backward, looking to go forward. Ooh, big hit. And we are going to see a whistle, and we are going to see a yellow. Most likely a high tackle yellow against Florida International. Florida International was served another. This is Florida International's second yellow card of the day. They were served one during the during the first half. They ended up scoring in spite of it. And now they are down once again. Can Eckerd take advantage? Eckerd going backward, looking to go forward. Eckerd down the sideline. Eckerd tackled, but they are now inside the opposing 10. Eckerd 2-on-1 forming. Eckerd number 15 running down the sideline. Number 15 tackled just short of the try line. The number 9 is going to pick it up, dumping it off to number 8. Eckerd hasn't put it down yet. Ooh, and take a look at this. No try awarded. It's held up by Florida International. The score remains 12-0. Scrum down to Eckerd. Looks like a 5-meter scrum. The score 12-0, Florida International. Eckerd needs to score if they have any chance of making it to the 5th place game. Eckerd, quick scrum, wins it. Eckerd running sideways. Oh, but it's knocked forward. Oh no! Florida International will get a scrum. The Panthers, lucky break after lucky break, able to hold the ball up to prevent the try, and now they get a knock on. Scrum for the Panthers. One last pool game remaining after this one, as North Florida will take on Central Florida to determine who faces either Eckerd or Florida International. The scrum won by Florida International. We see a whistle. Oh, it's in favor of Eckerd. Perhaps the Tritons can take advantage. Eckerd sending it down the line, not caught by anyone though. Eckerd almost met right away by a Florida International Panther defender. Eckerd, big hole, and they respond. Eckerd, their first try of the game. It's now 5-12. Kick is up and it is good. Eckerd getting back to the line as quickly as they can. The score 7-12 in favor of the Panthers. FIU yet to score in the second half, received their second yellow card of the game. FIU catches the ball, and at this point you got to wonder if they'll just start chewing out clock. Florida International running down the sideline to their 10. Florida International tackled, forming the ruck. Panthers sending it down the line. They are also, looks like they are back at full strength, and it looks like shepherding called against Florida International. Eckerd could use this to win the game, or at least tie. If it is a tie, I believe Eckerd has the advantage off a point differential. Eckerd keeps it up until they can get support. Sends it to the left side. Oh, look at the hole! And Eckerd ties the game. Eckerd used change of speed, it looked like, to create a hole. They were threatening on the outside with a player at the wing position. However, they just made a hole. They found a hole. Kick is up and good, and Eckerd takes the lead 14-12. Eckerd looking for a 5th place game spot. Florida International, who were up 12-0 in the first half, now find themselves facing a 2-point deficit. Oh, and take a look at this. Grubber kick to start it off, and Eckerd gets it. I have never seen that before. Eckerd starting to pull out all the stops to maintain the lead. Eckerd down the sideline with a big pass. I am still surprised by that Grubber kick to start things off. It went 10, the stir allowed it. I'm surprised more teams haven't done that. Eckerd. Florida International needs to score if they want to win. And never mind, it will be Eckerd ball. Eckerd slow to get to what looks like a scrum. Looks like they're trying to run down as much clock as possible to hang on to this lead. Eckerd coming back from a 12-point deficit in the first half. Currently hold a 14-12 lead. Crouch bind set, mostly uncontested, but we're going to hear a whistle. Florida International ball. Panthers trying to take advantage of the penalty, or free kick, excuse me, but unable to. Florida International crosses midfield. Florida International knocks the ball forward. Delayed penalty to Eckerd, and it will be a knock-on, off a knock-on. And that is the game. Eckerd wins their first game of the tournament. Final score 14-12. UCF versus UNF coming up. Final pool game of the day for any team will see the University of Central Florida Knights kicking off to the University of North Florida Deadbirds. UCF had a chance to make the semifinals, but that is no longer the case since St. Thomas beat Florida. But they still could make the 5th place game, and they have the advantage to do so as the ball is kicked off but rolls out of bounds. UCF, however, can use the tie that they have against St. Thomas to their advantage. Ball ends up in the hands of North Florida, who has only scored 2 tries in this tournament. They currently have the worst point differential with an estimated -38. North Florida needs to win if they have any chance. North Florida breakaway. North Florida to midfield. One to beat, drag from behind. Oh, trying to get a good pass, but unable to do so. The tackle, however, at the UCF 10. For UCF to make the 5th place game, all they have to do is win or tie. However, for the Deadbirds, they must win if they have any chance. Whistle heard, attempted jackal by UCF, but it is no good, and it will be a penalty for North Florida. North Florida hanging on to the ball, looking for a dump. North Florida once again at the UCF 10. North Florida's number 11, and it looked like there was a knock by somebody. I wasn't able to see who, but the sir is going to say the knock-on was against North Florida. UCF scrum. UCF has the only non-loss. It's also lost 21-0 to Florida. UNF, however, has not had such luck as UCF wins the scrum. Good fake. UCF down the sideline. UCF will most likely score first. Oh, but the sir is going to say forward pass. No try for UCF. North Florida gets incredibly lucky. Though I cannot say the same for North Florida's results. They lost to St. Thomas 33-5, and then they also lost to Florida 15-5. The only tries scored by North Florida have been scored by one player, the man they call Jason. North Florida scrum, they win it. The 9 with a race. The 9 for North Florida. And North Florida, for the first time today, has the lead. 5-0 Deadbirds. It's scored by a folk hero, the man called Dylon. And he gets it right between the posts. And now North Florida could make it a 7-0 lead. Forward pass called against UCF resulted in a scrum for the Deadbirds. Kick is up and good. 7-0 North Florida, taking advantage of the scrum awarded to them. North Florida has not won a game in 7's for some time. They tied last week, and apparently there was a Motley win that included some players from North Florida. UCF, the ball just barely crossing the 10 mark on the kickoff, and UCF getting shoved out of bounds, and we'll hear a whistle. And it looks like the ball carrier did go out of bounds and will most likely be a lineout for the Deadbirds. And it will be. UCF last year lost to South Florida, their rival on the War of I-4 in the semifinals. This year, however, they're looking for either the 5th or 7th place games. North Florida trying something UCF does, and it's a success. North Florida wins the lineout, and it's knocked forward, and it will be penalty advantage to UCF. Who has the ball? UCF tackled just short of the try line. And penalty to the Knights. And UCF, very hard to defend the penalty. But the Sir is going to blow it up. Tapper by UCF. UCF on the line looking for a try, and they get one. 7-5. North Florida sees their lead cut from 7-2, and now UCF has the opportunity to tie it. Knock-on advantage for the Knights. The advantage, it looked like they wanted to take advantage of it, but they weren't able to because they didn't do it in front of the Sir. Kick is up, and it is shanked wide. 7-5, the Deadbirds still hold the lead by 2. And they are receiving the ball, and it looks like there is still time remaining in the first half, the final game of pool play. We will then get a break, and then the 2 semifinal matches. We will, of course, confirm the opponents for the semifinal matches. However, it's looking as if Game 1 will see USF and UF, and Game 2 will see FAU and St. Thomas. Play is stopped as we have a substitution. UCF getting ready to kick it to North Florida. Kick goes 10. North Florida catches it. North Florida going on the outside. Good pass by the Deadbirds, who go down right at their own 10. North Florida trying to find a hole, looks for a hole. One man to beat. North Florida down the middle of the field. North Florida looking to make it. 12-5. North Florida with a 7-point lead. And right down the middle again, North Florida setting themselves up for a potential 9-point lead, and the man who scored the try coming in to try the conversion kick. Kick is up, and it is good. At halftime, 14-5 Deadbirds. We will be right back. The North Florida Deadbirds, lead 14-5. The kick is whistled before it even landed. UCF being awarded the free kick. UCF at midfield already down 14-5. The winner of this game most likely plays Eckerd. The loser most likely plays Florida International. Eckerd in the 5th place game, Florida International in the 7th place game. UCF at the North Florida 10. The Knights now inching closer to the 22, and it will be a penalty against UCF. Deadbirds with the ball. Some quick passes and some dancing by the Deadbirds. Not a great pop pass off the ground, but North Florida retains possession. North Florida almost intercepted. It goes back, and it's a light pop pass to avoid a potential jack. And we're going to hear a whistle. It ended up in the hands of a UCF player somehow. And UCF given a yellow card, and I just barely heard the sir. It's an intentional knock-on against the Knights. North Florida can use this to their advantage to finally get that elusive win. North Florida looking to dump it off, but no good. Knock on against the Deadbirds. Scrum down for the Knights. The Knights playing 6-on-7 right now, but we have proven in this tournament that does not matter to some teams. Is UCF one of them? We're going to hear a whistle, and it will be a free kick for North Florida. Right tap. North Florida looking to pitch it off. Missed tackle, North Florida, the Jace man. Jason looking to make it 3 tries in 3 games. Jason running down the sideline. He's in, but he hasn't put it down yet. And he does. North Florida with a 19-5 lead, North Florida scoring with 1 man down on the UCF side, and now looking to extend their lead to 21 points over 5. So that would be a 16-point lead. Kick is up and it's wide, no good. 19-5 the score in favor of North Florida. Spending a little bit of time trying to get another ball. Lots of them have been lost in the construction site. I wonder how many. Kick is way long, and UCF will get it. The Knights looking for the hole, but just tackled, or almost tackled, just almost tackled, and the Knights are now in Deadbird territory. Knights loses the ball, and the Deadbirds have a knock-on advantage. It'll be a scrum down for North Florida. UCF back even, 7-on-7 rugby once again. 19-5 the score in favor of North Florida. North Florida wins it, sends it to their left on the close side. North Florida way wide pass, and it goes out of bounds. UCF looking to get it off quick. They're down by 2 possessions. They need as much time as possible if they have any chance of coming back. UCF cuts it back inside. Missed tackles by North Florida, but now they get to him. UCF quickly hands it off. UCF at the center of the field. No defenders left for North Florida. UCF going down the left side. UCF tackled, pops it forward. And it will be an advantage called against, or an advantage called for North Florida against UCF. And it will be for a forward pass, according to the SIR. North Florida over UCF. The Deadbirds looking to face Eckerd in the 5th place game. And we will hear a whistle, and it will be a free kick. Second one awarded to North Florida, who almost had a breakaway there. And we will hear a whistle, and it will be a forward pass called against the Deadbirds. And we will see a scrum for the Knights. UCF wins the scrum and trying to get it outside, unable to do so, so they'll cut back inside. UCF with one man on the edge, pitches it, nobody on him, and UCF cuts the lead. It is now 19-10. They are still down by 2 possessions and need this conversion kick to make it a 1-possession game. Is there enough time for a UCF comeback? You see the SIR looking at his watch. I think it is leaning toward no. Kick is up and wide. 19-10 the score, and that will be the final score. The Deadbirds have come away with a 19-10 win over UCF in the final pool game of this tournament. Fans, we will once again take another break, and we will reconvene at 2:30 for the first of 2 semifinal matches. We'll be back right here from Eckerd College.
Next game's 2.
Five more games.
Yep.
And one more break. Welcome back to Florida College Rugby, the State 7's Championship Tournament. You know things are getting even more serious when the touch judges have been replaced by actual officials. The first semifinal game occurring right now, the University of South Florida Bulls versus the Florida Gators. That is confirmed by the officiating table, That, of course, will be followed by St. Thomas and FAU, the 7th place game between FIU and UCF, and the 5th place game between Eckerd and UNF. In the meantime, the Bulls with the ball to start off after the Gators kicked it to them. Winner of this game will move on to the championship game. South Florida remains undefeated so far, and we will hear our first whistle. Forward pass called, and it will be Gator ball. Florida Gators were undefeated until they had to face St. Thomas in an absolutely wild affair that resulted in St. Thomas being rewarded Pool B, Scrum down first of the game for the Gators inside USF territory. And free kick awarded to, penalty awarded to USF. One of the Florida players apparently put their knee down. A Gator attempting to get an interception, no good though. South Florida, the defending champions, looking to strike first as they cross midfield. South Florida with a big breakaway, one man to beat. South Florida, tackled but they are so close to the 22. And we are going to hear a whistle and a penalty in favor of the Gators. Florida, big grubber, and we're going to see a penalty and a yellow card against USF, a hit against a defenseless player. It is a straight yellow, and here come the trainers. Clock has stopped as the Florida player appears to be down and not moving very much. But he is able to get up on his own, it looks like. Gators will now play up a man, 7-on-6 rugby. Florida, no looker, trying to get to the outside. Florida passing it back inside. Gators looking to capitalize on the yellow card. Gators yet to gain much. Gators crossing the plane. Gators looking to strike first. The University of Florida to put it down, and it is a 5-0 lead for the University of Florida. The Gators won the FCC title back in 2021. This is last year's champion versus the champion the year before, and the champion the year before up and good. The Gators have a 7-0 lead. Now's the time to take advantage of this yellow card if you are Florida. You know that USF has dominated most of its opponents so far, and you know you're coming off of an unfortunate loss to St. Thomas. You have to take every advantage possible if you have any chance of beating the defending state title holders. Gator kick up, looking wide. Gators looking to contest it, and it'll go out of bounds. Looked like a Gator player kind of held a USF player from getting the ball as it rolled out of bounds, and the Sirs will give USF a line out. South Florida wins the line out. 2-on-1 forming though. The ball goes behind the player, and he will be tackled and swarmed by 3 Gators, but we will see a whistle and a penalty against Florida, and it will be USF ball. South Florida still playing a man down, 7-0 the score in favor of the Gators. South Florida cutting back to the outside, just shy of the 10. South Florida breakaway, 2 to beat. Tackled very quickly, however, as they enter Gator territory. Ruck form, Gators sending it down. The Gators trying to beat on change of direction. Maybe they should try change of speed. Gators going to the outside, or excuse me, Bulls going to the outside, that's my bad. USF with the ball inside the Gator 22. The Gators trying to jackal, no good. USF, big hole approaching, throws it, caught on the outside. USF down the sideline, tackled, and out of bounds. Gator ball. Good try by South Florida to get outside, and they would have had it too. Maybe if they had passed it back inside, they would have had the opportunity. But unfortunately, it's shoved out of bounds off a great tackle by the Florida Gators, and we will see a line out. The advantage is also over for the Gators. 7 back on the field for USF. 7-on-7 rugby. Once again, it's up, and the Gators get it. Big kick. Who's going to get to it first? Ball rolling to the 10, and it's picked. It is taken, and a big forward pass by USF. Oh my Lord. South Florida, whoever the South Florida player was being chased, and he had already been tackled by the Gator, so he was afraid of the Jackal, and in doing so, he just threw the ball to the closest man, who ended up being in front of him. Scrum down for Florida around between the 10 and midfield in Gator territory. Great scrum from both teams, but the Gators will get it. Gator fly half trying to take advantage of a possible hole. There is a big hole, passes it, and did it go forward? Sir says no. Gators inside the 22. Bulls attempting to jackal. Bulls chasing around the Gators. Gators looking for the second try of the game, and ooh, laid out. Gators, however, find the open lane. Florida scores the second try of the game. It's 12-0. Just a little dance out of the Florida player, able to find the hole. Kick is up, and it is good, and that is halftime. 14-0 the score. The defending champions are down against the Florida Gators. We'll be right back. $14-0 the score in favor of the Florida Gators over the defending champion South Florida Bulls. We've only seen one team come back from a deficit at halftime. The largest deficit that was Eckerd against Florida International. It was a 12-0 deficit. We will see if South Florida can come back. If the Gators hang on to win, they move on to the championship game. Great kick by the Bulls, taken by the Gators. Gators really bunched up, not very effective if they're looking to create separation. But it may not matter. The Gators are just so much stronger. Gators sending it outside. Nobody on the right side for the Gators. Gators running down the sideline, one to beat. Gators, great pass. Gators down the sideline. cuts it back inside, great pass, and the Gators will most likely get their third try of the day, or the third try of the game, I should say. And he's gonna wait for a bull to come around, and it is 19-0 Florida. Just good pass after good pass after good pass for Florida. Maybe they bunched them up on purpose to create the separation. Kick is up and good, 21-0 the score for Florida. The Gators bunched USF tight on defense, then created the separation when they came back around on the near side, sent it all the way down, did not skip a man, and then just 3 great passes, eliminating tackler after tackler after tackler. And there you go. And it's 21-0. The kick, Florida to contend it, and the Gators have it. Great contention by the University of Florida, who lost their game against STU partly because of it. And look at this. Make it 26-0. The Gators coming into this second half, rolling over South Florida. The Gators just tiptoeing along the sideline. And it's just beautiful. Beautiful try. Now let's see if they can get the conversion kick from this corner. Kick is up, and it is no good. 26-0 it stands. Gators long kick back, trying to take as much territory as possible. The Bulls, lose the ball. He didn't even see him coming. And we're going to hear a whistle, and it's going to be a knock-on called against USF. Actually, it's going to be a knock-on a knock-on is what's called, but the first knock-on was against USF, so it will be Gator ball. I don't think USF even saw the player behind him coming. And you cannot help it. At that point, the ball falling forward. Scrum for the Gators. It looks like they are on the 22. Gators win the scrum. Gators cutting back inside, where they're tackled, nope, and it bounces forward, and that will be a knock-on against the Florida Gators. Scrum down for the Bulls. The Bulls have yet to score in this game, 26-0. Could this be the end of a potential defending of the title? Bulls win the scrum. Bulls looking for the hole, can't find it so far. Bulls trying to get the advantage, and it's knocked forward. Florida gets it, and Sir is going to say it was a forward pass. It will be a scrum down in favor of South Florida. South Florida also sending in a few subs in the hopes of changing momentum. Crouch bind set. And look at this, the Gators absolutely dominating the scrum. Penalty called against South Florida. The Gators will get it. The Bulls have to be careful. All the momentum is in the Gators' favor. Quick tap, sends it around. Gators looking for the outside again. Good push by the Gators. The Bulls trying to jackal, unable to get it though. The Bulls starting to put more pressure on the Gators, and it'll result in a penalty against the Gators. The Bulls putting more pressure on the Gators there. Big kick. And the Bulls will now enter Gator territory for the first time in a while. Bulls run over a Gator, and they force a penalty. Quick pop. Bulls send it as far as they possibly can, trying to use change of speed to their advantage. Bulls on the outside. Bulls inside the 22. Bulls slow release, but they take advantage of that. And it will be another penalty against the Gators. Bulls have the ball, and they have to go quickly. Bulls are going to hang on to the ball, and they will score it. The Bulls finally get on the board. But is it too little, too late? The score 5-26. No real urgency from South Florida to take this conversion kick. They only have 30 seconds to do it. Here we go. Kick is up and no good. The score remains 26-5 Florida. The Gators almost for certain securing their berth into the championship game. 3-possession lead for the Gators. And that's it. Final whistle has been blown, and the Florida Gators will move on to the championship game. Final score 26-5. Next game, we will see Florida Atlantic take on St. Thomas. Winner will face the Gators. We'll be back. The second semifinal game is underway. St. Thomas receiving the kickoff from Florida Atlantic. The ball does not travel 10. St. Thomas looking to take advantage of the penalties as they have done all tournament. Florida Atlantic has to be very careful. St. Thomas, winners of their group. St. Thomas getting to the outside. St. Thomas looking to strike first, and they do. Very quick start. 5-0 St. Thomas. I think that if the rugby faithful have not heard of St. Thomas before today, they have heard about them now. They are fast. They take advantage of those penalties. And they are good at kicking from the corners. Can they do it here? Kick is up, and nope, it is not going to happen. 5-0 the score. St. Thomas over Florida Atlantic. St. Thomas not perfect. Their lone not win being a tie against UCF 14-all. While Florida Atlantic coming in second in their group after a 17-12 loss against South Florida. St. Thomas known for kicking it short, and they will take it. St. Thomas running up the middle side looking for a pass. Ball is loose. St. Thomas picks it up, and we will hear a whistle for a knock-on. It will be a scrum for Florida Atlantic. St. Thomas almost getting a second try in the first minute or two. St. Thomas wins the scrum, and they will score. Nothing more than sheer domination on the scrum. They steal the scrum. Scrummy picks it up and scores. It is 10-0 St. Thomas. And it looks like Florida Atlantic will not have much time to rest as they're going to take the conversion kick just as quickly as they scored. Kick is up, and it is good. It is 12-0. I was going to say for Florida Atlantic to beat St. Thomas, they need to have a quick start. But the quick start so far goes to St. Thomas. Watch again. St. Thomas will kick it short, and they will contest the kick. Here we go. And they do it successfully for a second time in a row. Unfortunately, though, nobody there to support the player that received the kick, so it will be a successful jackal and a subsequent penalty in favor of Florida Atlantic. The Owls need to respond if they have any chance of making it to the state championship game. The Owls backed up from the spot of the penalty. St. Thomas forcing Florida Atlantic back into their own try zone. Florida Atlantic almost a potential hole. If the player was just a little bit faster, he would have had it. Florida Atlantic taking their time looking for the holes. Florida Atlantic trying to cut back, but they are just stuck. Florida Atlantic trying to cut outside as they've done previously, but just can't do it, gaining only a few yards apiece. Florida Atlantic rubber kick, but St. Thomas will pick it up. St. Thomas running to the outside, big pass for St. Thomas. St. Thomas on the outside, tackled, they get pushed out of bounds. No, they won't. St. Thomas retains possession. St. Thomas passing it wide. St. Thomas, spin move, scores. 17-0, St. Thomas. Honestly, I have nothing more to say about St. Thomas than I have said already. Kick is up and good, make it 19-0. St. Thomas getting ready to kick it off, going as slow as possible. At this point, I think they're burning clock, and it's only the first half. St. Thomas contesting the kick again, but this time Florida Atlantic almost had it, but it bounces off a Florida Atlantic player. It's a knock-on, and it will be a scrum for St. Thomas. St. Thomas stole a scrum that resulted in a try earlier so far. Can Florida Atlantic do the same? The answer is no. St. Thomas looking for the hole. Ball not caught. And penalty, knock on. No penalty, it is a knock on. It will be a scrum for Florida Atlantic. The scrum happening just outside the midline. St. Thomas trying to steal it again by pushing, but nope. Florida Atlantic will maintain. Florida Atlantic almost finding a hole, dancing around. And they're going to say not releasing. St. Thomas ball. St. Thomas, good pass on the outside. St. Thomas running down the sideline. St. Thomas! If I'm not mistaken, the score is now 24-0. There's really not much else to say other than the fact that St. Thomas is just overpowering. Kick is up. No good. It's a lot to a little between St. Thomas and Florida Atlantic. We will be back. Not much to say about the first half. It is a lot to St. Thomas and none to Florida Atlantic. STU looking to put the game away and make it to the state final. St. Thomas recovering the kick again. St. Thomas, big hole! One man to beat, horse collar tackle. And St. Thomas ball is loose. St. Thomas falls on it, but we hear a whistle. It is going to be a knock-on against STU. Scrum down Florida Atlantic. Crouch by and set, and STU is going to win their second scrum. That wasn't theirs. STU going to the outside. STU using the speed, and another try to STU. 29-0. I think they're going for some kind of record. Kick is up. No good. 29-0 the score. St. Thomas making their claim. I'm honestly speechless because Florida Atlantic has been one of the better teams this tournament. They're obviously here. But St. Thomas is making it look so easy. Short kick as usual, but St. Thomas, oh, knock on Florida Atlantic. But the Surge doesn't call it. Florida Atlantic has to take advantage of this. Florida Atlantic close to the sideline. Florida Atlantic pulled out of bounds, and it is St. Thomas line out. And St. Thomas, look at this. St. Thomas just going quick. St. Thomas, STU. What else is there to even say? Florida Atlantic desperately trying to rip the ball out of the hands of STU, but they can't do it. Penalty for STU. STU knocking on the doorstep of Florida Atlantic once again. STU down the sideline. 34-0. St. Thomas is just taking advantage of every little mistake that they see. If there's a penalty, they go quickly. Kick is up and wide. 34-0, the estimated score. At this point, I think both teams are trying to waste the clock away. St. Thomas, they are just doing everything fast. This is something I have not seen in Florida college rugby. Most teams take their time with the lineouts. Most teams take their time with the kickoffs. Not St. Thomas. They are going quick off of everything. Kickoffs, penalties. Florida Atlantic looking to at least put points on the board, but they are stopped shy, and it will be a not releasing call against St. Thomas. Penalty for Florida Atlantic. Florida Atlantic looking for a hole. Florida Atlantic. Florida Atlantic at their 10. And we will hear a whistle penalty against St. Thomas. They're going to say high tackle. Florida Atlantic quick on the pass. Florida Atlantic 2-on-2 developing. Florida Atlantic hangs on to it, getting closer and closer to St. Thomas territory. Second high tackle in a row called against St. Thomas, excuse me. Sir saying one more and he will card it. Florida Atlantic going down the line. Florida Atlantic using some speed. Florida Atlantic gets into STU territory, but not before a forward pass. And a little bit of chippiness from some of the players. It'll be a scrum for St. Thomas. 34-0 the score. St. Thomas rolls it in. St. Thomas will pick it up, and the scrummy will take it on the left side. St. Thomas, another breakaway. Will they make it 39-0? St. Thomas. Oh no, St. Thomas knocks it on. And it will be a penalty advantage, but then something else happens, so St. Thomas killed the penalty advantage. It will be a knock on and a scrum down for Florida Atlantic. The next game will be the 7th place game between UCF and Florida International. Scrum rotated. Sir is calling for a rescrum. And it appears it will just be a redoing of the scrum to Florida Atlantic. Scrum in, and it will be a free kick for Florida Atlantic. FAU free kick. FAU in dangerous position just outside of their try line. Quick tap by Florida Atlantic. And not great pass, bounces off the chest of a FAU player. Penalty advantage to STU. STU sends it down the line. STU looking to get to the outside. STU, big stiff arm. STU, 39-0 the score. And a flip into the try zone to secure it. St. Thomas can make it 41 points if they convert the penalty. Granted, that's the one thing they haven't done that well this game is their penalty conversions have not been great. Kick is up, and right as I say that, they make it. No comment, ladies and gentlemen. 41-0. It will be St. Thomas versus the Florida Gators for the state title. We'll be right back with the 7th place game, UCF versus FIU. Still lots of fun to be had. The 7th place game between Florida International Panthers and the UCF Knights. FIU lost all 3 games they have played so far. FIU first lost to their rival FAU 17-5. They lost to USF 24-5, and then they gave up a 12-point lead to Eckerd to lose 12-14, and we will hear a whistle shortly after kickoff, and it will be a penalty. The UCF Knights looked okay, not at the start. They lost to UF 21-0, but then they are the only team to tie STU, and now they are giving up the first try of the game to FIU, excuse me. And Florida International gets on the board first, 5-0. Nothing more than taking advantage of a penalty. Kick is up and good, finding the hole, and it's now 7-0 Panthers. FIU normally kicks it long. Will they do the same here? It's certainly tall. UCF, however, will take the ball. They'll pass it just behind, maybe too far behind. Knights backing up even further. UCF forced down. Big kick by the Knights. Nobody back for FIU, but it looks like they will be the ones to recover it. FIU down the sideline. Very close to out of touch. FIU not tackled. FIU down the line, skipping a man. UCF doing better on defense, making sure that there are no holes. Attempted jackal by the Knights, no good. FIU maintaining possession, but they are moving backwards. FIU crosses midfield once again, passes sideways. FIU not passing as much, but rather going into the deck. FIU trying to get every meter they can. UCF doing pretty good on defense since the first try. 7-0 the score in favor of the Panthers. Florida International. Right around. Florida International keeps going between midfield and the opposing 22. And the ball looks to have gone forward, and the sir will say it was a knock on. It will be a scrum down for UCF. Granted, if you're a team trying to kill time, that was a very good attempt, but I don't think that's what FIU was trying to do. FIU is only up 7-0, and the Knights could score and tie the game right here if the cards played right for them. I just think it was good defense by UCF to keep Florida International from scoring again. Quick scrum, won by UCF, who sends it immediately down their back line. Good loop by the Knights. Knights going down sideline. UCF looking to get even closer. It is 5-7. UCF just a good scrum, good passing it down the back line. Sends it with a good loop. And then the wing just turned on the Jets, and he's in. Centers it, and UCF looking to tie this game. Kick is up, and it is good. 7-all the score. UCF to kick it back off to the Panthers. Low kick, but it goes 10. Florida International. Florida International goes on the outside, but dragged down. FIU, bad pass, brings it backwards. The Panthers are losing territory. FIU, big kick, and there is a Knight back to get it. UCF in FIU territory. FIU trying to jackal, but they're not going to get it. Penalty called in favor of the Knights. UCF trying to go quick. UCF gaining a lot of yards off the tap. UCF looking for a hole using change of speed. UCF being dragged, looking for a jackal, not going to get it. UCF cuts it back inside. UCF trying to get between the posts. UCF throws it like a basketball player, and they will score. It is now 12-7 Knights who take their first lead of the game. The Knights just going quick off of the tap, off the penalty, and then ensuring that each player saw and looked at the person with the ball so that they can get it to the other side. UCF can make it 14-7 with the conversion. Kick is up and no good. That will be halftime. The score 12-7 UCF. We resume play. The score 12-7 UCF over FIU for the 7th place. Knights doing a good job defensively to keep Florida International from breaking their defensive line. Knights getting ready to kick off. Up and go. And it will end up behind every FIU player. FIU was thinking maybe it would go out of bounds, but it didn't. FIU cutting back inside, trying to use the speed. Just past the 22. Ball outside the ruck. UCF putting pressure on FIU. FIU going to the outside, cutting back inside is FIU. FIU. Ooh, big man making plays. Look at this man go. Rumble and tumble to midway before he's dragged backwards. Ball goes backwards. UCF will pick it up. Can the Knights capitalize? UCF still has the ball, but it looks like the ball got dumped forward. No, it didn't. Penalty against FIU. UCF taking advantage. UCF trying to find a man to throw it to, but it isn't caught and bounced forward. Scrum down FIU. We've seen it a bunch. They try to catch it. This time it was one-handed. Instead, it bounced forward. Couple substitutions for the Panthers. 12-7 the score, UCF. The Sir organizing the scrum as best as he can. Crouch bind set. And already players moving before the ball went in, but it doesn't matter. Florida International will keep it. Florida International knocks it forward. No advantage will be played. It will be a scrum down for UCF. At this point, this is the fourth game of the day for both teams, for all the teams as a matter of fact, the semifinal games and the consolation round games. You can tell that some of the players are already getting tired if they haven't had. Hopefully these players have been getting electrolytes, maybe some Gatorade, and maybe they've been eating some fruits as well in order to regain some of that energy. But you can tell that a lot of the players are already tired as they're making more bad throws, knock-ons, everything in between. UCF going to the other side. Look at that. And the Knights score again. The man with the ball identifying that there was nobody down the sideline. And it is now 17-7. No kick yet. Conversion is up. Wide, no good. 17-7 remains the score. And UCF already cutting down the early deficit, the 7-0 deficit that they had at the beginning of the game. And the Knights are now up by 2 possessions. The Knights to kick back off to FIU. The Panthers let it bounce, but they will keep possession. FIU looking to cut UCF's lead, gets it to their 10, rolls a little bit, but they're going to have not releasing against UCF. It'll be a penalty advantage. Or excuse me, no advantage. It will be a penalty for FIU. FIU going on the outside. FIU, one man to beat. FIU cuts it back inside. No! Tackled, but a good dump off by FIU, who is now in UCF territory. FIU challenged on the ruck, but they keep the ball. FIU, open lane down the sideline. Good catch. FIU looking down field, looking to pitch it, but they didn't have the chance to. FIU, ball comes out of the ruck, and we're gonna hear a whistle. The ball just slowly rolled out of the ruck, and it looks like a penalty, or excuse me, a yellow card against UCF in the final minutes of this game. This could turn the tables for open lane, and just as quickly as a yellow card is awarded, FIU makes it a 17-12 game. FIU still needs a conversion and another try to tie the game or to take the lead. FIU down by 5 can make it 3 if they successfully make this conversion. Kick is up way too wide, no good. 17-12 the score. FIU down, but UCF down a man. And it is a 7-on-6 advantage for FIU. They need to take this into consideration. Usually we would see Florida International kick it far, but this time they'll kick it short, hoping to contest the kick. It bounces backward. FIU succeeds. And Florida International looking, and we're going to hear a whistle, and it will be a knock-on. FIU was looking to respond and get the tying try, but it will be a knock-on. UCF scrum off the FIU knock-on. The Knights hanging on by 1 possession. FIU pushes hard, but not good enough. The Knights take coming through the gate, FIU, but not in time. And penalty called against Florida International. Off his feet is the call by the Sir. And UCF looking to secure this game. Ball comes out. Penalty again against FIU. UCF. FIU with the penalty. UCF ball. UCF starting to burn more and more clock as we enter the waning minutes of this game. The score 12-17 Knights. The Knights going on the outside, the Knights coming back on the inside. The Knights running, looking for a hole, found a hole, 1 man to beat. UCF, UCF, you are gone. The score 22-12. The Knights just waiting for the right opportunity for a hole to open up, and one does. And they now have a 2-possession lead. The conversion kick to be attempted from the far corner. Kick is up and no good. And that is the game. The final score, UCF 22-14 over FIU. And that'll do it for the 7th place game. 5th place game coming up, the University of North Florida versus Eckerd College. UNF versus Eckerd. Both teams with one win battling it out for 5th place. The Deadbirds kicking it off. It is touched and then went out of bounds. We will see what the Sir decides. North Florida 33-5 against St. Thomas, 15-5 against the Gators, but a 19-10 win against the UCF Knights landed them in the 5th place game, as now we will see an Eckerd scrum, and Eckerd will win it easily. As for the Tritons, they lost 12-0 to USF, 17-12 to FAU, but then overcame a 12-point deficit to beat FIU by a 14-12 score. We will see another scrum down, this time for the North Florida Deadbirds, right at midfield. North Florida scrums have been getting better as the games have progressed. North Florida wins this one, and they will take it down midfield. Pass dropped, but it goes backward. North Florida dancing around a little bit, trying to find the hole. North Florida passing it back, slowly creeping up on the inside. North Florida sends it up the middle, and the Deadbirds will get the first points of the game. It is 5-0 for the Deadbirds. A lot of dancing around, not a lot of passing at first, but then the right pass to the right man with an open lane. And now the Deadbirds looking to make it 7-0. Conversion kick is up and good. 7-0 North Florida the score. Early start for the Deadbirds, as we're waiting for another ball to arrive, as that one, of course, went into our new famous construction site. Deadbird kick way past 10, caught by the big man from Eckerd. Big man dumps it off, but is met immediately by not one but 3 Deadbirds, but keeps up. He's staying up, and he could end up on the 50, or excuse me, on midfield. Eckerd cuts back inside, looking for the open lane. Eckerd down the sideline. And forward pass called by the Sir. We will see a scrum down to North Florida. A lot of room to work with as the scrum is practically on the line on the far side of the field. And the scrum collapses right away. It didn't even get off the ground. And we'll see if the Sir has the scrum, redone, or if he'll just let it be. No, the scrum will happen again. This time the Sir will stand nearby. Counter, but North Florida got the ball out. Big hold, big push by Jason. Jason passes it, but it goes forward. Advantage called to Eckerd. Eckerd down the sideline. Eckerd running. Eckerd going. And Eckerd looking to tie the game. One man behind him. And Eckerd, 7-5 game with a conversion to tie it. Looked like a forward pass or a knock on against North Florida. Eckerd, of course, grabbing the ball immediately. Advantage called. and they just ran down the sideline with no dead birds there, and it was almost for naught as the conversion is no good. It is still 7-5 dead birds. North Florida to get the ball back, but you wonder if Eckerd will contest this one to stay within 2.
No, you literally, like, I can't press enough.
Eckerd to kick it off.
You guys are like,
The Tritons. Good kick. Someone on North Florida called mine, but it went right through his hands. Eckerd picks up the ball, and they will try and take the lead here. Eckerd, with men downfield, runs over a man before getting tackled. Eckerd on the opposing 22. Eckerd passing it down. Eckerd trying to make a man miss. Eckerd going back the other way. Eckerd slowly but surely making their way downfield, tackled quickly, and the ball comes out the ruck, shoved backwards, but the Sur's gonna let it play on. Deadbird ball. North Florida, unsupported, and we're gonna hear a whistle, and it will be, we're going to see what the Sur does. He stopped his watch. It looks like it will be a card. Yes, it will. And it will be a yellow card against Eckerd. And Eckerd would now have to play down a man for the next 2 minutes. It could be a big advantage to North Florida to expand on their lead. North Florida tapping from the ground, looking to create space. North Florida on the sideline past midfield. North Florida creating a ruck to no man's land. North Florida trying to send it up. North Florida going back the other way. Someone trying to direct traffic on Eckerd. Unsupported by North Florida, and that will be the end of the half. 7-5 the score in favor of the Deadbirds. And of course, the yellow card will be continued in the second half. We'll be right back. North Florida leads the hosts Eckerd by one missed conversion kick. 7-5 the score. The yellow card issued in the first half to Eckerd will continue in this half until 2 minutes are up. Sur starts it off. Kick is up, and Eckerd will contend for it. And a great catch by North Florida, but Eckerd got there before any support could get there for North Florida. Eckerd, quick tap, looking for the open lane, down a man. Eckerd sending it back inside, going backward, hoping to go forward. Eckerd trying to force a 2-on-1, cuts back inside. Eckerd, possible open hole. Eckerd continues to pass it. The Tritons looking for the open lane. Tritons finally tackled and a ball bounced forward. And it will be a delayed penalty for North Florida. Jason, big pass for North Florida as they take it over midfield. North Florida continue to run with it. North Florida looking for another man. North Florida running with it, and it will be called a forward pass against North Florida. It will be a scrum down for Eckerd inside their 22, it looks like. Eckerd back to 7 men. The score 7-5 in favor of North Florida. Good scrum. North Florida, steals it last minute. And the Deadbirds fall on it. Quick pass off the ground. North Florida going backward, trying to find someone to get the ball, and it was a forward pass. Another scrum down for Eckerd. If North Florida was just there with support, I don't think anybody expected the ball. It was a weird bounce out of the scrum. Even the scrum half was ready to tackle the Eckerd scrum half. But now we're going to get a repeat, except further out of Eckerd territory. North Florida trying to put pressure, and it will be a free kick for the Deadbirds. North Florida pushing as hard as they could to maintain possession. The Deadbirds cutting inside, going around the Sir. The Deadbirds possibly an option on the outside, but tackled very quickly. Deadbirds trying to find an open lane. We haven't really seen too many special moves or tactics in this tournament. And Eckerd steals the ball away from the Deadbirds. Eckerd down the right side. Eckerd crossing midfield. Eckerd looking to take the lead. Eckerd cannot find somebody to pass to and is taken down, but Pop passes it just before a potential jackal. Eckerd, a lot of passes as they're coming into contact here. Eckerd going left. Ooh, and a bad ankle injury to North Florida. North Florida is going to have to play down a man here for a second. And Eckerd, 3-on-1 developing. Eckerd tackled. And the ball comes loose and it goes backward. And it's going to be a high tackle against North Florida, and a Deadbird is injured. And there goes Eckerd, uncontested, and they will take a 10-7 lead. Eckerd pretty much given a yellow card of their own thanks to the injury to one of the Deadbirds. And now they take their first lead of the game. 10-7 the score. We'll see how the conversion kick plays out. Eckerd taking a lot of time before this kick. The conversion is up, and it is wide. 10-7 the score. Is there any time left for North Florida to respond? And there appears to be, but Eckerd definitely taking their time getting back to the line, trying to burn as much clock as possible. And it looks like the Sur is holding up a 1 play remaining. If North Florida wants to win this game, it has to happen now. Eckerd, 10-7 lead. Trying to contest for the ball, and it goes out of bounds. And it will be a line out for North Florida if this is not the final play. North Florida passes it back inside. North Florida pushing as far as they could go, trying to gain as much territory as possible. North Florida very close to a knock-on, but not. North Florida passing it upfield. The Deadbirds, UNF, passing it back inside. UNF looking for someone to pass to. Oh, goes backwards, however. Nobody there to ruck for UNF, and the ball came out of the ruck. And here comes Eckerd down the sideline, looking to secure up this game. Eckerd looking for someone to pass to, but nobody there. But it won't matter. They score 15-7. And the Tritons may have just sealed up this game. Ball was out of the ruck. Not much else to say. Eckerd dove for it. And a few good passes later, and the Tritons have a 15-7 lead. The hosts looking to make it a 10-point lead. Already a 2-possession lead, up by 8. Kick is up, no good. And that will be the game. The hosts take 5th place by a final score of 15-7 over the University of North Florida. We will take one last break, and when we come back, the state championship final between STU and UF. Don't go anywhere. Want me to test it?
Yeah, good.
Ab in den Knast.
St. Thomas still with the ball, goes out of bounds, and it will be Gator ball. 14-0 the score in this 7's championship game. We hear a stoppage whistle. And it will be a scrum. St. Thomas appears to still be down. And the Gators are also down a man, it appears. So it's 6-on-6 rugby from what it looks like, unless I'm mistaken. Gators with the ball. Gators making one miss. Nobody there for the catch, and we hear a whistle. Knock on called. And it is halftime. The Gators with a 14-0 lead. One more half, 7 more minutes to decide the state champion. We'll be right back from Eckerd College in St. Pete, Florida. Seven minutes remaining in this championship game. Gators up 14-0. St. Thomas kicking this one deep. And the Gators trying to find a hole. Not going to get it though. Gators. Oh, could this be it? Gators down the sideline. Florida out of bounds. And it will be a line out for STU. I'm honestly a tad bit surprised that St. Thomas kicked it as far as they did. I would have thought that they would have kicked it short so they can contest it. It's a St. Thomas line out, but the Gators will get it. Florida trying to pass it as quickly as possible as multiple St. Thomas defenders tried to deflect the pass. Ball bounces off the sur and ends up in the arms of a Florida player. Gators trying to go on the far side. St. Thomas starting to become more defensive. Gators with a pooch kick caught immediately by St. Thomas. St. Thomas kicks it back. Ball stays on the St. Thomas side and the Gators will pick it up late. And the Gator player tackled late. St. Thomas pushing Florida back as far as they can go. And we're going to hear a whistle and a penalty for St. Thomas. STU down 14-0 here in the second half. Quick tap. And St. Thomas, will they get down the sideline? No, they'll go out of bounds. The Florida Gators doing a great job defensively. And so far it looks as if they're going to enact their revenge for their loss in the pool round. We hear a whistle. Both teams are even. In the earlier meeting, St. Thomas defeated Florida 29-5, and right now the Gators hold on to a 14-0 lead. Line out goes to Florida. UF kicks it again. I have been waiting for a game with a lot of kicking, and this has been the one, and I'm glad it's in the championship game. St. Thomas recovers it, but the Gators successfully jackal it. And it will be a penalty for not releasing against St. Thomas. Gator ball. Gators looking for a hole, but met immediately. UF and STU fighting over the ball there, but STU will get it. STU unable to find as many holes as they usually do. And the Gators looking to steal the ball right back. It is, and yep, UF has the ball. UF looking for the sideline. UF passing it back inside. We're going to hear a whistle. Advantage to Florida. Florida could take major advantage of this. Can they increase their lead? They do. 19-0 Gators. Florida is turning the tables on STU, doing exactly what STU did that beat them, challenging the kickoffs, going quick on the penalties. Florida is all in the face of STU. Conversion kick is up, and it is no good. 19-0 the score in favor of the Gators. A 3-possession lead in what could be the final minutes of this game. We're going to hear a whistle. Clock has stopped. For the victor, there is a beautiful trophy in that blue tent next to the Eckerd rugby tent. Kick is up. Gators this time are going to let it go far. STU trying to find some semblance. STU breaks off not one but two tackles. St. Thomas gets it to the outside. St. Thomas coming back in the middle. One man to beat, a 2-on-1. St. Thomas is going to respond and get their first points of this match. It is 19-5. St. Thomas finally with an opportunity to get his... And you can see St. Thomas is now on the hurry up. 19-7 the score. They have no time to lose if they want to win this state title. St. Thomas finally had the opportunity to go down the sideline, which is what they were looking for. And now I can almost be certain that St. Thomas is going to kick this one short. St. Thomas, quick sub. Stopping the clock. 19-7 the score. Here comes the kick, much longer than I was anticipating, and the Gators have it. The Gators breaking through the line. The Gators, one man to beat. There goes the Florida Gators, looking for one man to beat. Passing it backward, going down the right sideline. Gators trying to seal possession. They're gonna hear a whistle, and it will be a penalty against St. Thomas. Very hard to see the corner due to the sunlight. Florida has the ball. It's a mishmash of players, and it looks like the Gators have it. Gators coming down the center. 24-7 the score. The Florida Gators pushing themselves even closer to a state title. I don't know how any of those players can see in that corner. The sunlight bouncing off of the bay is so bright. Even the sir is trying to cover his face so he can see the penalty, which is good. 26-7 the score. And the Florida Gators only minutes away from another state title. Gators to kick it back off, only a few minutes remaining here. The estimated score 7-26 in favor of the University of Florida. St. Thomas with the ball, tries to dump it off, and STU will keep it. STU, big hit by the Florida Gators. Florida running down the sideline, kicks it, goes out of bounds. And that's the game. Your state champions, the Florida Gators. Final score, 26-7 from Eckerd College in St. Pete. Their second state title in 3 years. And that beautiful trophy in the blue pavilion will return to Gainesville once again. Final score, as previously reported, 26-7. And the Florida Gators have qualified for nationals. On behalf of the Florida Collegiate Conference and Quit Cuts, we wish the Florida Gators congratulations and thank you to all of our viewers from across the state of Florida and around the world. This has been a Quick Cut production of Florida College Rugby. We will see you in the spring.